I do want to say one more thing. So, like, one thing that is cool about cop culture is like the brotherhood, the whole brotherhood aspect. Like, my brother, he's got my back. Um, some people might call it fascism, but I actually think it's a good thing to have someone that can have your back. But sometimes it can go too far. Like, if someone from your club does something wrong, do you still got their back? Like, if someone at work, if they see me doing something that I'm not supposed to do, but they're my buddy because I've been working with them for a while, well, they're probably not going to tell on me, right? Because they're my buddy. So sometimes this can kind of go too far. But when someone kills a cop, like they get all like really upset, like one of our brothers were killed, or and that's normal, right? That's there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like when one of us gets killed, it's like, oh, who cares? He's just a civilian. They're stupid anyway. Like, wait, why the double standard? So, what if like every time somebody like went into a pizza place and like blew their heads off, or whatever happens when like the lady got killed right when she was delivering a pizza, like all the pizza drivers they don't get together and go, oh no, somebody killed one of our own. Like we're not a brotherhood like that. It's just like, dang, did you hear about that lady that got robbed? It's like, yeah, I heard about that. Oh man, get your dash cam, get you a taser, or get you some pepper spray, or whatever you can do to like protect yourself. Be careful out there, because it is more of a dangerous job than cops. Like it's literally more dangerous to be a delivery driver than a cop because people see us as like, well, they got money and they're a weak target because we know that their jobs they don't let them have weapons. When people see a cop, they're like, oh yeah, that dude's got weapons. He probably doesn't have any money on him. And if you give him 5 seconds with his walkie-talkie, like in the next, 2 or 3 minutes, 15 dudes are going to come out of nowhere with like AR-15s and bazookas and stuff.
Larry,
Yeah.
Larry, can you please kindly repeat the Boston story of the guy from Boston? Because I got this Boston guy that was talking to me when you started to talk about the Boston guy. Another Boston guy started speaking to me, and I wasn't able to listen to you and listen to him at the same time.
Cool. So basically, what he was saying was, is that there's like all this like state, you know, people, right? Like ambulance people that are there, and like cops, and like all these people that are there in this really bad place in Boston, where people are like openly shooting up heroin on the streets. And the cops are like there, they're not doing anything, they're not providing any services. Peace out, bro. Have a good night.
Good night.
They're not providing any help or any services, but they're just there to make money. So like he goes up to a cop and he's trying to interview him, and he's asking the guy like, "Hey, why do you got this gang member sign on the front of your car?" Talking about the thin blue line, because we hate it when people desecrate the flag, and that shows that they're like part of the cop culture. They're not part of America. They're like separating themselves and being like separatists, right? I mean, what do you call it when people have like a flag that's like separate from the American flag?
Treason.
So I guess you could call it that. But anyway, the point is that he starts asking him about the flag, and he says, "Look, you know, we want to be friends with you guys, but when you guys are waving this flag, like we know you're not on our team." Because the guy, he's a constitutional scholar, right? The guy who's got the channel, so he's for the rule of law, right? Which means that he's for everyone following the law, including the cops. So when the cop asked him, or when he asked the cop about the flag, he's like, "Oh, this ain't my car. I didn't put that there." And he's like, "Well, let me just get back to doing my job," and he drives off. And then he's talking to the other guy, and they go find out more information. And it's like that guy wasn't doing anything but sitting there. All they do is sit there all day and take a paycheck, because they're not trying to help the people that are on the streets with the heroin. So they're not trying to help the homeless people. They're only there to make money off of them when they get arrested or when they overdose or whatever. So anyway,
Well,
it's just kind of a
let me tell you, I've been to that through that area many, many times,
uh-huh.
and it's a dangerous spot, and that's why there's police standing and sitting there because there's a lot of random stuff that happens around the area. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of addicts that flow through that specific area. And there's also people that work, people that are not addicts, right? People that work around that area that have to walk around and pass by the area, and they have been attacked and a lot of things happening. So the cops just being there, sitting in a corner, it's necessary because obviously the situation was manipulated and created for that to be the case. But without the cops on the corners and near these people that are there just shooting drugs 24/7, um, without the cops there, it will be a very dangerous area to walk around. And there's people that live near that area. Bro, if you just walk, you can go to this spot and you cross the street 5 minutes from there, and it's a high end Boston. Like we're talking $1 million apartments and how
Right.
homes,
Yeah, that's what he was
and
saying
people
in the
that
video.
pay $4,000 rent, $5,000 rent for these apartments and places, and then you go to this area and a bunch, like hundreds of drug addicts, sick people, like actually people that are really sick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he was saying in the video. It's like you cross the street and you're like in a completely different area that's gentrified.
Then next to that spot is Boston Medical Center. So there is a huge hospital, and they are actually camping. These people are camping next to a methadone clinic where they get drugs for free from the government.
Right. Right.
And there's like a housing spot for them. They can go sleep inside a building, whatever. But I don't think they have enough places for all of those people in within that area. But it's kind of crazy because yeah, it's a hot spot. Like I actually have a family member that works around the area, and I have to pick her up all of the time because they don't want to walk around the area because it could be dangerous. Like some of these people are high on drugs. You don't know what's gonna happen if you're walking next to them,
Right.
and that's how
You
it
don't
is.
know it's anyway. You can look at it or not. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, I don't blame you. But you definitely should watch the 2 short videos that I sent after it because they kind of show you what I'm talking about. How like they say that a sovereign citizen is like a threat to the United States, and I'm like, yeah, but what's your definition of a sovereign citizen? Right? Is it anybody who thinks the laws don't apply to them? Because I know that laws apply to me. Like if I kill somebody, there's going to be consequences. If I accidentally hit somebody with my car, there's going to be consequences, right? But some people, they can hit people with their car and just completely get away with it because they're
You
drunk.
mentioned the flag, the blue line flag. That flag, it's I would say around this region. That flag is everywhere actually. Like you see that flag everywhere around here. Many vehicles, government vehicles, private vehicles, homes, buildings. You'll see that blue line flag. I think more probably equally often as the regular U.S. flag.
I would say that anybody with that blue flag is your enemy. They might as well
I
be
don't
wearing
know.
a blue helmet.
I don't wear any flags, so I don't know about the blue, red, and white flag or the black, white, and blue line flag. They kinda look the same to me, especially if
You think
you're
so?
if you're colorblind.
Right. Yeah, but I'm not colorblind. If I see somebody with a blue flag, I'm thinking this dude is not on my side. Like he only cares about like cop culture, and he's seeing me as the enemy.
So so which flag are you gonna wear? The blue, red, and white?
I don't. I don't wear a flag. I don't wear any
Okay,
flags.
okay.
But I don't desecrate flags either. Like, let's say that a Mexican were to get hired. I work with a Mexican. Let's say he were to get hired, right? And he's got his flag on the back of his car. And I come up with a blue marker, and I just draw one big line across that Mexican dude's flag. You think me and him's going to be friends after that?
Probably introduce you to his sister.
Yeah.
That'd give me
He'll
trouble
be
marrying with his
upset,
sister.
but he'll forgive you right after and introduce you to his sister or his brother.
No, bro. If you draw a line through a Mexican flag, a patriotic Mexican's going to kick your ass.
And then he's gonna invite you to drink beer.
Right, probably. 'Cause that's how they are. But the point is, like, I'm not for the federal government, right? I'm pretty much against the federal government. They've taken things way too far. But if you swear an oath to the Constitution, and then when someone brings up like the Constitution that you swore an oath to, and like tries to stand for the rights, and they're like laughing like in your face, like, what do you mean you got the First Amendment? What are you talking about? Are you serious? That's a joke. Like, no, that's not a joke.
I think these
Because
people
basically,
they actually look at the Constitution and all that stuff like it's an actual joke. I'm sorry, man, but for some of these people, it is a joke.
Only because so many people are ignorant, they don't know that they're supposed to stand up for their rights.
Yeah, but we don't get the rights from those documents, and you know this better than many people.
Right, but I understand that. But what I'm saying is that if you swear an oath to that document and then you think it's like a joke, there's something wrong with your culture, right? Like let's say I have an
I think there's
affidavit, right?
definitely something wrong with swearing oaths to these documents, for sure.
But listen to what I'm saying. Let's say there's an affidavit that I write an affidavit, and it's basically like you're saying with the affidavit that you would testify to this being true in court, right? So let's say I write the affidavit, and then they actually call me in the courtroom to testify what I wrote in the affidavit, and I'm in there like, oh, this is a joke. Like, oh, you got to be serious. Like, I wasn't serious. Like, I didn't really mean it. Do you think the judge is going to be very happy with me? Do you think he's going to be like, yeah, you're right. It's a joke, bro. I get what you're saying. Like, it wasn't really real when you said that, you would testify in court when you wrote this affidavit. I get it. It's all fun and games. So, why is it all fun and games when it comes down to the cop and the Constitution?
Hey, yo, you ready, boys?
Yo, we've got Pterodite. Pterodite is in the chat. He's been declaring his beliefs in the lobby. Says history proves that Earth is
You
a
ready,
globe.
boys?
Right, so we're not going to have that.
Yeah, I
They
didn't
just
say
history
we're ready.
History proves. Okay, let's go over some of that history proves. Okay, so it's been recorded in history that George Washington, the alleged first president of the United States, that he had pneumonia, and historically, they would bleed people out when they had pneumonia because they believed that they had bad blood. They didn't know that it was actually liquid in the lungs. So, if we go by history, proving things, I don't know if that's exactly how that works.
Well, I asked him how he verified that the moon landing occurred, and he said history. Just simply history. Wouldn't elaborate, just history.
He does realize that that literally means his story, right?
Right, yeah. I tried explaining that he just believes in a story. He has a religious fundamental belief, and he just palmed it off.
So I really appreciate the bass notes. Somebody playing a little slap bass like that. But yeah, let's go ahead and put your guitar down and talk about history, shall we?
You sound like a fucking Discord mod, bro. Oh,
You know what you sound
guys.
like? You sound like one of them bro dudes. Are you one of them bro?
Honestly,
Bro,
man.
bro, bro.
Bro. Bro. The fact that you're taking me seriously is kind of funny.
Shut the fuck up, you nasty bitch. I don't know how to fuck.
Well, you just showed everybody in the Discord that you have a IQ lower than a flat earther. Because I'm the one that's calm and cordial, and you're the one spiraling out of control, having some sort of mental breakdown for everyone to see your insecurity. So I'm sorry that you feel that way, bruh. But it looks like it's time to send you.
Just proved you're more immature than 13 and 15-year-olds that come in here.
Really good job proving the
bro.
globe, also. Really good.
Yeah, good thing you had history on your side. Because that's all you got. It's a
He
story.
also thinks that because he boosted the server, he thinks he's king shit because no gold plus bans work on him. He's immune.
Well, I tried to give him a second chance. You know, I really did. You know, we really don't have time for the stupid history proofs thing society.
There's another one we've been talking to in the lobby, Dia Borosi. Flat Earth LARPer, I think.
All right. Yeah, it says he's a Freemason.
Flat Earth Freemasons. Rare breed. Gotta hand it to you. Freemason LARPers? Well, that's just what they do. They infiltrate. They pretend to be this, pretend to be that, whatever they gotta do to get their society's goals accomplished. So what are we gonna do with this horsey dude? Hiroshi.
Just ban him because he broke the rules. So ban him. I'm
I haven't
driving,
heard this
so I
dude do
can't.
anything. I haven't heard this dude do anything. The other dude was the guy who was being loud and obnoxious.
So you can't be
What
playing
is this?
that music into the live stream. So.
Oh, it was the other guy. I've already banned him. Was this guy playing music? Did anybody observe that?
Oh, not that one. Not the new one you're talking
Okay. Okay. All right. I guess I'm gonna give you a chance, but just letting you know, my hand is over the ban button. You should have control of your mic. Did he leave?
Not still here.
So, DeBrosi, you should have control of your mic. Last chance. You're going to go back on mute. All right. I tried. You failed.
They're responding in the lobby now. Seems like they're just catching on now.
Probably nervous.
So if I try again, this is your last chance for real. All right, you got control of your mic. Would you like to communicate on the live stream?
I just said nah in the lobby.
Don't be a little bitch, nigga. Thank you. This guy's trying to have a conversation with me. He sounds like a mod. Maybe I should yell in his ear obscenities. Maybe that will help the conversation move forward. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
I have a dream where globe earthers, flat earthers, and true earthers can come to an understanding of the ground they're standing on. Sounds about right. I messed it up, but Google earthers, troll earthers, globe earthers, and flat earthers. Even level earthers.
What about Earthlings? Earthlings.
Can you understand or overstand the ground you're standing on? I mean,
Well,
if you're a globe earther, you're understanding, no, not overstanding.
yeah, because you're standing under the authority of the educational system provided to you by the federal government at gunpoint from the taxpayers.
That's what I'm saying.
So that makes you cool when you do that. You're awesome. When you like can't even think for yourself because the government put you in a box for 13 years, and now like your own like private dialogue inside of your head, it doesn't work, and you can only hear what the teacher told you. Look, Timmy, you live here, and don't ever question my authority. I'll send you to the office where that fat man is going to hit you with a tree. Yes, Miss Sanchez, I will never question your authority again.
You say yes, ma'am. It is yes, ma'am. It is, ma'am. When you talk to me, you say, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is, ma'am.
Dude, I'm so cool because I believe what the government told me. Like, I believe every word of it. And the flat earthers are so stupid because they don't believe what the government told them. I mean, it's not like the government lies. They just enforce their lies with violence. But that's different. It's not the same as a lie. Because if you got a monopoly on violence, who's to say it's a lie? I believe the government story because they wouldn't lie. And if they did, they got enough like monopoly on force that they could make their lie the truth because the media is controlled by the government. So that's why I'm cool.
When you say that, I cannot help to think that even the descriptor term that we use as flat Earth, that we all know that the Earth is not two words, right? The Earth is not a term, right? Even the term flat Earth is a weaponized term, and it's part of the whole indoctrination thing. Because you have the globe Earth that was given to us, but then you need the opposite of that, which is flat Earth. But this place that we're standing on, it's definitely not two words on a piece of paper that the government has described as globe or flat. It's way more than that. We can describe it, but even the globe Earth doesn't describe what this place is for sure. The flat Earth describes it, but it falls short. It falls flat. Because when people think Earth, they think about the whole thing, the Earth. And if you say flat Earth, they're thinking about an Earth that is flat. But who in here knows what the Earth is as a whole? Do you know, Larry?
Nobody. But you can tell me what you believe. Nobody.
I think flat Earth is a good description overall, but it's still falling flat, and it's been weaponized because people hear that term and oh my god, it's like, how can you describe it when people hear flat Earth? Some people hear that and that's it. There's no more conversation after that. It's just from that point on, it's a joke. Whatever you gotta say to them.
Well, I know that some people have eyes, but they can't see, and some people have ears, and they can't perceive. Now, that might sound like it doesn't make sense at first, but if you really think about it, it really does make sense. Some people do not have ears to hear such things because they have been brainwashed by the government. 13 years. If I had your child for 13 years, Jimsy, and a television, and let's say enough finances to get some television programming for that television, like, I don't know, like Hollywood, Nat Geo, these sort of things that are out there, I could make your child believe that we came from monkeys, and then as soon as your child said, wait a minute, why is there still monkeys then? I could redirect the programming to say, well, that's not exactly what I meant. What I really meant was that we have a common ancestor with monkeys. And then you say, okay, well, what about bananas? Yeah, we have a common ancestor with bananas too. And then as soon as your child said, that sounds like bananas, that's crazy. How can we be related to bananas? Well, then you just give them skewed statistics and you say that we're 98% like the monkey and we're 95% like the banana. And then when the child says, wait a minute, are you pulling this out of the 5% of genetics that we can actually read? And the other 95% is called junk genetics. Are you not including those? And then I would have to say, yeah, we did use that 5% as a model, but, it's a model, right? The model isn't the real thing, so it's your fault for believing what we told you to, because we told you it was a fucking model. But why would I lie? I wouldn't need to lie. I would just omit the truth. Well, that's lying. Not to everybody, apparently. Only to some people. So I can hear Cat Williams from like way back in the day. Well, why is there still monkeys then? And I have to laugh because I watched Cat Williams last night. He did a show this year, and I don't recommend you let your children watch it. I don't even know if you should watch it. I guess the first half wasn't that bad. He was very intellectual in the first half of the show, but after it got down to the second half, he got very debased. But that's how comedy is. If you're a comedian, it's perfectly fine with me if you talk about the most raunchiest stuff, because that's the kind of speech that needs to be protected. The speech that nobody wants to hear.
Did you say depraved? The second half?
The second half is very raunchy. I said debased. But the first half is interesting to an intellectual because he's talking about truth versus lies. And anybody who's listened to Cat Williams before, you're probably a fan of him because he seems to be on the side of truth. And he definitely gets picked on by Hollywood. So it makes you wonder. But yeah, I would recommend the first half to everybody, but as soon as he starts talking about reproductive organs, you could probably shut it off at that point.
What did you watch it on?
I don't know. My children found it for me, and I say children, they're like 19 and 22. But
Gotcha.
yeah, yeah, they found it for me, maybe on Hulu.
Okay.
Yeah, literally though, once he gets to the part where he starts getting real to base, it ain't really worth watching it unless you just like some real lowbrow humor. But the first half is good.
I think we have Prekter. Prekter. Let's move Prekter. Hello, Prekter. Prekter. You've been muted, Prekter. How are you?
I'm good, buddy. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Glad to hear you again, Prekter.
Yeah, I just woke up. Some told me to get on the Flat Earth server, whatever.
Seize him.
This someone that you talking about? This someone you heard? This someone like in your head?
Yeah, there's like voices in my head that tell me where to go, and if I don't listen to them, they say they'll kill me.
They say don't kill me if you don't listen to them.
Yeah, if like sometimes they'll even tell me not to look at the wall. If I look at the wall, they'd kill me, so I don't do it.
Wait, you look at the wall and they kill you by looking at the wall?
No, they would kill me, but I do what they say.
So what? You live in a house with no walls?
No, I don't live in a house.
Bro, he's
You live
just
outside?
telling you, Jimsy, he's just giving you an example, bro.
What's up,
Is
Flatty?
he? Is he really? I didn't know that.
But it's all good. Earth is the brown stuff. I'm really into the Earth or whatever.
Yeah, that's stuff that gets between your toes.
Yeah, like it's the shape of the Earth is constantly changing, but people don't believe me.
Is it
D-Mark, are
changing
you in
because
here
you know
lying again?
when you go to the Sahara Desert, you might find a hill, and the next week that hill is not there anymore.
Thank you. The shape is constantly changing. Thank you.
So I noticed that you like to look at the micro of everything, but when I say macro, what does that mean to you?
I have no fucking clue. Sorry, Larry.
That's what I thought. So you're looking at like small amounts of dirt, and you're saying that the shape changes. But what about the big picture? What about all of the dirt? What shape is that?
Well, I think there's a lot less Earth than people think there is.
Really?
There is way more water, right?
Because
So does Africa not
when you
exist?
define, it's like when you define Earth, we've gotta talk soil that's suitable for cultivation. So it's like stuff's not growing from the soil that's far down. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff doesn't grow from clay or rocks. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, doesn't fungi grow in rocks, or you need earth on top of the rock for be able to all this to that stuff to grow? No,
I mean,
I think you
if
might
you
be
see
right.
a tree growing from a rock in nature, you let me know.
All rocks were dead biology in the first place, right?
I'm just saying, is rocks really Earth at the end of the day?
Dude, you know you're basically
Okay.
like the Mr. Smith of this flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
Yes, is the answer. All geology is dead biology.
I mean, you gotta provide a definition for that, dude. If you're saying trees grow from rocks, dude, you got a definition for that?
No, I'm saying
Wait,
rocks are
Can
trees.
you
dead
take a
trees.
picture of a tree growing from a rock, bro?
I'm saying rocks are dead trees.
I mean, it doesn't matter. What is the Earth?
Does it has to be dead trees or dead something else, or is it only dead
It's all
trees?
biology. All geology is dead biology. That's all. The entire Earth was green at one point.
I mean, you can't
I mean,
prove
in
that
many
either.
there is something to that, but can we actually prove that all of it was green? I mean, don't you need
That's
like
going to be a.
certain areas that are not green to feed the green, and then the green dies, and isn't like a cycle that plants have to die and other plants will grow on top of that, and isn't that can it all be green, all of it?
I mean, it depends on what your source of belief system is, I guess, because if you go from a religious, biblical standpoint, then you got to go with scripture, and scripture says that it was green everywhere.
So there was no rocks that somebody could grab and throw it to the person walking by?
I mean, later on in the book, it talks about rocks, but it doesn't say technically where those rocks came from or if, you know what I mean? Like, but that was a lot later. But when you're talking creation, Genesis, it mentions there being green everywhere pre-flood, but then that changed after the flood.
Huh.
The interesting part is it didn't even rain before the flood. That was the mind-boggling part. That's why everybody thought Noah was so crazy, is because there was no rain. It was just precipitation, like a hydrological cycle almost, without the intense clouds pulling up into the sky. I don't know what it would have looked like, to be honest. I'm just theorizing. But according to the scripture, there wasn't rain. It was just like a mist, a dew that kind of saturated everything. And it was just a nice little cyclical system.
The
Who's
mist
that talking about
of
the
the
rain?
like the mist of the morning, that in the morning you see this mist that sits on everything.
It's what feeds everything, right? It gives the humidity and moisture for everything to get the watering that it needs. Not saying that rain doesn't do that as well. It's just if we're going according to the scripture, then it didn't exist at that point in time. That's why everybody looked at Noah like he was a lunatic. Like, what do you mean rain? What are you talking about? Water is going to fall from the sky. They thought he was a lunatic. And then the water started falling and they all started gathering. If you build it, they will come.
I heard water started falling and coming from the earth too, not just from above. It started coming from the ground as well.
I mean, I wouldn't put that past it happening. Water's above and below.
Does that mean that Earth is in water, or
Yes.
water is on the Earth,
No,
or
Earth is
both?
in water. The Earth is in the face of the deep.
Wow, yeah, that would make sense to me.
Jimsy, why don't you just tell them instead of like just feeding them bullshit? Like, just be real with them instead of just, being sarcastic.
What are you talking about, bro?
Man, Jimsy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You over here playing mind games with them.
So what?
Doesn't sound like that's going too good.
Nah, I thought we are here to share the Earth being flat, and help educate people.
I think that's what we're talking about.
No, I mean that's what I thought we're here for.
And again, I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but we got Master Chief that is gonna tell everybody the best way to do it, because he doesn't like the way I do it. Right,
Nah,
Master Chief?
it's just the sarcasm, bro. I'm listening. It's just you playing sarcastic. So
what? What's the issue?
be
You got
you,
a
bro.
problem?
Nah, be you, bro.
Exactly. So what? I mean, the guys are talking.
You're
The
telling
guys
me,
are the guys are
homie.
the guys
You're
are
coming at
talking,
me sideways, dude. All I'm just
coming at
saying is that
you.
you're being sarcastic in the way that you're coming at people and how you're telling information to others. That's all I'm saying, homie. But you're coming at me sideways, Dempsey.
Remember, you have a big imagination. You got to think about that too, because I'm
Right,
having a
and that's how you're
conversation and
telling
you're
other
just
people that
jumping with
they have big
assumptions and
imaginations.
presuppositions about what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Jemsy, but you
You're
coming
just
at me
imagining
sideways,
things,
homie.
and that's an issue.
But you coming at me sideways, homie.
Hey,
What
when
the fuck is
you're
going
listening
on?
to other people talking and then you jump in the middle and start saying things like that, it's kind of like annoying, actually.
All right, no problem. All right, okay,
The
okay,
fuck are y'all
Jemsy.
talking about?
No worries.
Don't you hear? He's yelling because
Well, let's not add
whatever.
on. I'm just confused on what the
Oh no,
fuck
it's
they're
okay,
tripping
man.
with each
Because
other for.
you like to play sarcastic. It's cool. It's cool.
Hey, listen. You and I were talking, and he unmuted his mic, saying that I'm being sarcastic, and I shouldn't be doing that. That I shouldn't be talking to you the way I was talking to you.
No, that's not what I said. Those words did not come out of my mouth, dude. So don't
what did
fucking
you?
say those words came out of my mouth. I didn't say those words.
Okay.
I think that's exactly what you said, bro.
Exactly.
That's why I'm confused on what the fuck is going
he's
on.
saying that I shouldn't be speaking
All
to you the
I'm
way
saying
I'm talking
is
to you.
that you came at these people, and you're using sarcasm. Okay, cool. But the way that you're coming at me, bro, the way that I'm telling you, okay, if you don't want me to finish, bro, it's all good. If you want to go ahead and interrupt me, okay, I'll go ahead and shut my mic.
Exactly. Mute yourself, and that'll be better. Instead of jumping.
No, all I'm saying is that you coming at the people sideways, bro, and letting them know about their imagination. But then you won't sit here and tell them the fucking truth, but you want to sit here and play fucking mind games and play sarcastic, right?
Yeah, like you imagine that.
Right, yeah, right.
Exactly, right.
Hold on, calm down. What part do you think he's being sarcastic about? Because apparently you know him better than I do, so you're saying he's kind of being out of his normal character with me because I'm new or something. So I'm confused.
Oh no! Apparently you are confused.
I am because I don't know. I'm pretty good at reading people, and I didn't catch him.
All I'm saying is that what he was using. That's all I said. What he was using. That's all I did. That's all I said. And the way that he was approaching people with, right? sarcastic, like wittiness of like I'm not saying he said I'm smarter than you, but just the fucking mind games of, you believe in unicorns and look, bro. We know,
Who
and you
said
know,
that? Who
Santa
mentioned
Claus
unicorns?
isn't real, right? Right, Jimsy? You know, and I know that Santa Claus isn't real, right? But you like to sit here and talk and entertain those thoughts to these individuals, right? The ones that like take medications for their problems, and then you want to,
Yeah, like myself.
right,
Yeah, like myself.
right,
You're talking
right.
about me?
Oh no, now you're okay. Now you're taking it towards you. Okay.
I mean, you're talking about that kind of people. So yeah, you're talking about me then.
Oh, I mean, I shit.
We can tell. It sounds like you need to go take it, bro. What the fuck?
Okay, first,
Listen, tell me, Master
like
G,
the,
what
the
is the
way
best
that I
way
was
to
just
speak
trying
to?
to
What is the
inform
best
what
way that
Jimsy
you
was
think that is?
using,
What
and
is the
then the
way?
way that he wanted
How,
to come at me sideways, which was the aggravating part. See, the aggravating part was the fact that he came at me sideways. All I said was the tool that he was using. That's all I was saying. And then you want to both tag team up on me like I'm the bad guy. All I said was that the tool that Jimsy was using and the way that he was approaching the subject when he speaks to others and how he was using it. That's all I was pointing out. But the fact that he came at me sideways, which is why I am so aggravated and so agitated and so upset. And the reason why I'm yelling is
tell me
because
now.
it's involuntary and I have Tourette syndrome. There are individuals in here that know me, that know that I have Tourette syndrome, that know I have a disability, that do try to trigger me.
Okay, so tell me now how I'm supposed to have a conversation. Tell me. You tell me how I'm supposed to do it.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, it's okay, Jimsy. All I said was that you were the tool that you were using, bro. But you didn't have to come at me sideways. You can go ahead, be sarcastic. I don't care, bro. That is you. I was just saying the tool that you were using, but the fact that you had came at me sideways, bro, was the wrong way. That's all I'm saying.
It's funny because you're
So
the one that came at
if
me
I
sideways.
approached you, hold up, bro. If I approached you sideways and came at you
That's what you
sideways,
did.
and you think
You're
I was
projecting.
okay, you know what?
You are projecting.
Okay, listen, bro. Now you want to keep interrupting me when I'm trying to correct myself.
Bro, you've been monologuing for what? 3 minutes now?
Okay. All right. I barely talk on here, but I just wanted to say something. The tool that you were using, all I was stating was the tool that you were using, and then you came at me sideways. And you thought I came at you sideways, which
You said that
I was
already
trying
like
to tell
3
you
times.
that I was trying to apologize for if you interpret that I was coming at you sideways. All I was saying and all I meant to say was the tool that you were using. I didn't mean for you to take it approachably against you or negatively towards you. But see, when you project that energy like you're upset at me or you got a problem with me, yeah,
I'm not upset.
I'm gonna show you that I have a problem with you.
You need to eat something, bro.
Dude,
Yeah, I think
everyone
you
has
need to
their own
drink some
style.
water or something.
You need to eat something and get some food in your system and calm down.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, get some
Maybe that's
food,
something
drink
that
some
you guys
water,
need to do
take a
yourself
deep breath.
because
No,
I'm
dude.
good.
Dude, everyone has their own style. Like, if you get triggered by his voice or whatever, that's really on you.
No, chill. All I said was the tool he was using, bruh.
Yeah, then you freaked out and you made it into this big thing.
All right, nah. Look.
You know it's recorded, right?
Nah,
You are freaking out.
It's all good.
Dude, everyone
Okay,
here
you
heard it.
I've
tell
only
me
been here
I'm
for 2
freaking out.
minutes, and it's just very toxic.
Okay.
So
I'm
just
freaking out.
take it easy.
I'm freaking out.
Take a deep breath.
Okay.
Drink some water.
Right.
Get some food.
Okay.
When everything is okay.
Right. Because you know everything about health.
Hit the pin.
Right.
Yep,
Can we
that's
give it?
real life. You're
Because
just
you're
wrong
obviously a
sometimes.
licensed doctor.
Sleep pharmacist.
Yeah, no one trusts doctors, do they?
Right.
Doctors.
What is a doctor?
Those are the people who doctor medical results and experiments, aren't they?
They are experimenting all day with all kinds of funds.
With the latest medications.
Experimental doctorers. Oh, those are the guys with like the snake wizard staff as their logo.
That's right.
That's
Like the
cool.
World Health Organization.
Yeah, dude, that's cool. Gonna like do everything they say.
Like the
They
UN.
openly tell you who they are, right? They openly tell you who they are. That way, when you complain, when you get to the pearly gates and you're like, oh man, that guy killed me. St. Peter's going to be like, bruh, did you not see his symbolism? The
You'd be like,
staff with the snakes.
bruh, Revelation 3:9, bruh, come on. It's been there. 2,000 years.
It's like you didn't take the time to read it, like not once, like not even in a hotel room when you couldn't sleep. My homies, the Gideons, they put that shit there for you, bro.
Not
It's like,
all. Don't generalize about all doctors because not all of them are subject to that type of fucking craziness.
Exactly.
You didn't read John chapter 8 not once? Like you didn't even know?
Jesus is like, dude, you didn't even see me in the oil stain? Like, I was trying to tell you something, man.
The old stain, I don't get that one.
It's like those people who see, like, Jesus or something and, like
Oh,
they
the
see it.
Rorschach
Yeah.
Rorschach test? Yeah, I got you.
There's, like, those people who claim it's, like, a religious vision, like, some, like, random pattern they find.
Like a stigmata or something.
Yeah, right.
It's a sign.
And then Jesus is
It's
like,
like,
dude, I told you so many times. And they convinced you it was just schizo delusions. What's wrong with you?
look, man, here's the deal. We're all going to have problems. Even though I don't take any medication, I guarantee if I saw a doctor, he would try to hook me up with something.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we all got fucking problems.
I'd be sad if I didn't at this point. if they said I
Yeah.
was like normal, like
You sound like you're in your 20s or 30s. Like if you made it this far in life and you go see a doctor and he's like, well, I got nothing for you. Looks like you're perfectly healthy. Get on out of here and don't come back. I'd be like, what?
yeah,
Like,
dude.
they don't even see you fit enough to be a customer.
You mean me now?
Yeah, anybody. If you go to the doctor and he's like, well, you're perfectly fine. You're perfect. You're a perfect specimen. You're an Ubermensch. You're perfect. Then it's like, what's going on? I think so. Yeah, because anytime you go see a doctor, you're like, man, I need a haircut. He's like, oh, I could give you some Mexitrephate. Say that word? Mexitresate? I can't remember. It's been too long.
Mexico traffic.
No, it's either a steroid or it's chemo. I think
Hey,
it's
dude,
chemo. Mexitresate.
this is
I
the
can't remember how to pronounce it.
doctor's like, oh, your hair's too long. Here, these pills will make you lose all your hair.
Yeah.
Doctor. Side effects include erectile dysfunction. Thanks, doctor. Oh, we probably shouldn't say that. I forgot this is like a PG. I mean, it's live. Okay, so let's chill it down.
Yeah, always consult your doctor and ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Doctor, my neurotoxins aren't working. Can you give me another prescription? What if you just went to your doctor and said that? I haven't been to
He'd
a
be
doctor.
like, how did he know? How did he know? He doesn't speak Latin. This dude doesn't look like he's from Italy. What the fuck?
Is it true doctors can just like involuntarily commit you, like at will? I think it's true.
Dude, your parents or your wife can.
Shit, dude.
You guys have only met shitty doctors, huh? I can tell.
No, I met a good one once. He was like 78 years old, and he took my blood and read my blood sample for like $40.
Yeah, the old doctors are usually cool. Like they're pretty chill, but like the younger ones are like part of the cult for sure.
Never saw a shrink, but from what I can gather, like if there's good ones, like they're probably like lawyers, like a few pro bonos,
Yeah,
like here and there, you know.
yeah, like they
But for the
wouldn't give.
most part, they're just label machines. Because what do? They try to diagnose you, right?
Like psychiatrists, yeah, I mean they're incentivized to give you drugs.
Right. But first, they have to label you with a diagnosis.
Oh yeah, and they got everything. Anything. I feel like they could literally just find a diagnosis for anything.
Exactly, dude. It's like the cops. It's like he's not calm. He's acting erratic. Well, that's probable cause. Like, well, this guy over here, the passenger, sure. The passenger over here, he's like extremely calm. Well, that's probable cause. It's like
Oh
either
yeah,
way
it's,
they.
so you're obeying my orders like too well. Like, I have
Yeah,
probable cause. You're hiding something.
Or
that's why
your
you should
passenger is way too
never.
calm. We have a drug for that. If it's way too
Yeah,
calm.
You're too calm.
that's why you should never take a sobriety test. If the cop is accusing you of being drunk,
Oh
just
fuck
say,
no.
I'll blow in the machine. Bring me the machine. I'll give you a blood sample, but I'm not doing your fucking charades and your
No,
fucking games.
never play their games, and don't even talk to the cops if you don't have to. Like, which is never. And also,
Well,
always ask if you're being detained, and if they say no, you just leave.
Hey,
right.
don't give the blood sample to the cop. Give it to the medical professional that's gonna
Yes,
do the test.
yes,
Right.
exactly. They'll
Make
spike
sure they
you.
don't use the alcohol swab.
Oh fuck no, exactly. Yeah, they have all their tricks.
Or
Make sure
just
you
don't
don't
pull
drive
over.
drunk.
And if you
Yeah,
do
also,
drive drunk and you don't
don't,
hit anybody, just lean against the car.
yeah, don't drive drunk. That's like the best way. But if you ever talk to cops, just like don't talk to them. That's the
Yeah,
first.
for real, don't ever drive drunk. I can say honestly, like I've never driven drunk in my life because I've always known that I was a lightweight, and I get the Asian glow after like 2 or 3 beers.
Which which like which Asian background are you? It's like depends on the
Oh,
ethnicity.
I'm not Asian. I'm mostly European, British Isles, and a couple of Native American tribes.
Oh, I see.
But what I mean Asian glow is when someone can't handle their alcohol after like 2 or 3 beers, their
Yeah, they
face and
turn.
their ears start to glow red.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant you're like literally Asian. Yeah, yeah, I know what you
Could
mean.
be the natives a little bit.
Natives also get it, right?
Yeah.
Native Americans can't stop it.
So if I was like pure Irish, I could be drinking. Yes. Like I could be drinking like Conor McGregor's whiskey. But the Native American admixture, I just can't handle my booze like most people.
But you probably have awesome tomahawk skills. Like, have you tried?
Actually, I do. One time I lost my job, and I was in a really small town, and I couldn't find a job. So I just started like clearing the creek, and then after the creek was clear, I got some really badass tomahawk skills. Shit. I could stick it like 9 out of 10 times if I'm 10 feet
Oh damn.
away.
Yeah, dude, you should be riding horses and like throwing tomahawks at like buffalo or something. That's your true calling.
Yeah, I don't do good with the horses. I feel that like every time I ride a horse, like
You feel
when I
it?
get off the horse, thanks. Yeah, it's pretty rough on the reproductive organs.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah, that's because you're big. You need an elephant, not a horse.
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I've ridden a horse once, and it hurt the family jewels for sure.
Yeah,
But I
I
didn't realize.
understand why the cowboys they wear pants that are like tights.
Yeah, right.
That way, when it comes time for Christmas, it's not jingle bells all the way.
I think you're
Or
supposed to.
dirty water. Because it's got the oil in there. I think that's how. Or have they been recycling them? I thought they always bring a clean one.
Somebody talking like an
Oh, sorry, that's me. I'm at work. Give me a second. I'll turn it off.
Larry,
They're yelling at me.
Larry,
Yeah.
are the preferred jeans in Texas
Hold
Wranglers?
on.
Yeah, Wranglers if you got money, Rustlers if you're a poor boy.
So Texas is full of Wranglers and Rustlers. Huh. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, I haven't wore those kind of pants since I first started out. I was like a little hick, and I say hick because like a redneck is like working. I wasn't really working. I wasn't old enough, but we actually had cows. We had chickens. We like had milk, like fresh from the cow when I was a child. And as I got older, I moved into the city and became less and less hick and more of, I guess, what you would call
City
like a
slicker.
metalhead. Yeah, I was a city slicker for sure. So I'm out of war Wranglers up until probably second grade.
Remember those boots they used to call rough outs?
Mm-mm.
When I was in grade school, they had these cowboy boots, and they were like a suede. And it was the going the
Hot mic.
it was
Sorry.
the
Oh, excuse me.
major what do you call it when everybody's doing it? Anyway, so I had rough outs and Wranglers, and you tucked your pants inside the boots.
Yeah, we didn't do that. We always put them over the top. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about here in Utah where they're bass backwards. Utah's a really strange place to live. Really is.
I wouldn't mind going there if you're hipster fan.
Yeah, for that reason, it wouldn't be too bad. But there's just some super zealots here about their religion, and it's crazy.
Mormons.
Yeah, they're really nice people, though. I mean, they're just ultimately they really are sweet people. They just are.
I agree.
You know-
I've seen them before. We
And
call
they-
them coochie recruiters.
They just don't know any better.
Oh,
You know,
it's funny you say that.
all they
Larry.
know is what they're told when they're ever since they're real young.
I'm
What
in.
you believe, you know, with the Book of Mormon and Bible. They teach out of the Bible, the King James Bible,
Right.
and the Book of Mormon, and
right.
teach Christ doctrine all the way.
I'm
And
in. Yeah, I'm in California. There's some Mormon ladies that come to the school for whatever purposes, I guess, recruiting or whatever you want to call it. And they're always beautiful, the most beautiful girls. It's pretty mind blowing. It's like how can you not talk to these ladies?
That's how they get you. They have their honeypots for their.
Exactly. Yeah. Once I realized it, I was like, "Holy moly, man! This is how they get you easy." Nothing but hot chicks in this group.
They're always so nice. I've never talked to the chicks,
I can marry
but
4 of these. Shoot, I'm joining. I'm signing up today.
can you imagine
100%.
4?
100%. I experienced like eights and up in my small town here. With some Mormon girls, it was mind blowing, man. I was like, wow. Not only immediately I was thinking, what? Not only can I get a spiritual woman, but a beautiful one.
Yeah, those are rare.
Crazy.
So what's the
But
difference between a Mormon and your everyday Christian? Is it all that Book of
Not
Mormon
that
stuff?
much. I don't think much. No.
Not a whole lot, to be honest with you.
wait, you're talking about? Oh, sorry, guy, Rock and go on.
They teach Christ's doctrine 100%, and so the Book of Mormon is merely another testament of Jesus Christ when he visited the Americas. It's a book of people that lived here, and apparently Christ came here and visited them as well. After he left Jerusalem, he came here. They claim he did, and he preached the exact same doctrine. He gave the Sermon on the Mount exactly word for word over here as he did over there, and they recorded it all. And the rest of the book is just their trials and tribulations of the different groups of people, where they lived, what they did, how the wars they had between each other, and how they, when they weren't following the Lord's, doctrine, then they weren't doing very good. But whenever they would straighten up and basically toe the line with Christ's doctrine, then they always prospered and did well. And so
But
that,
all this Book of Mormon, it came from one guy, right?
yeah,
Joseph
So
Smith.
it's basically equivalent to reading the 4 Gospels, knowing who Jesus said he is, knowing who he claims to be, and then you start reading Paul, right? It's like, okay, well, instead of reading Paul, what if you just read like the Book of Mormon? It's like, it's, in my opinion, it's like, Paul isn't Jesus, right?
Paul is not Jesus.
no.
Very far from it.
Well,
So
I don't know how to really respond to that much, but it's hard to.
It's the same. It's the same founding story basically as Islam. Actually, if you look at it,
Anyway, this is the thing about the Book of Mormon. When he first wrote it, he's talked about all these peoples that lived in South America and the Americas, and there were these big cities, and they had these big civilizations, and they had wars against each other and different things and like that. People laughed at it, and then lo and behold, they find all these civilizations in South America, the ones that he said were there, the ones in North America he said was there, like Cahokia. It was most likely the city that he called Zarahemla. They talked about this big city in North America that everybody's like, oh, at first people were thinking, oh, this guy's just making shit up. Well, wherever he got these stories, apparently he got them off some golden plates that he found and deciphered them. The stories actually came true with time. And so it's hard to scoff at it when he talks about all these different civilizations and where they lived and, the trials and tribulations they went through. And then they ended up killing each other off and ended up, much like many other civilizations, diminishing down and, becoming, the Native American Indians and whatever, or whoever. But the thing of it is, when he started writing, when he first wrote about all these civilizations and people, they laughed at him because these things weren't known about. They didn't know about all these cities and all these pyramids and Cahokia and all the civilizations here in America. And lo and behold, they manifest themselves, 100 years later. They're all of a sudden they start finding all these things that are in the Book of Mormon. So it's hard for me
Well,
to imagine that he made that stuff up.
let me just say this: I respect all religions. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Mormon, but I respect like everyone who is, and I
Yeah,
think it's
sure.
up to each individual person to like find out what the truth is. And if you're not trying to find out what the truth is, like I don't know what you're doing with your life. So
Right.
probably everyone should look at the Quran, the Book of Mormon, Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, because I think there's good things to glean from
In
all
all,
ancient stories.
yes, exactly.
So,
None of them got it 100% right, but all of them got something right. You're right. I agree with that.
so like if you're a Muslim and you read like the Lord's Prayer and you can't see like the beauty in that prayer, right? Then I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with you. And if you're a Christian and you hear some of those Muslim prayers like translated in English, and like you can't see the beauty in some of them prayers, like I don't know, something wrong with you.
Right.
That's just how I see it. Now, does that mean that I pray Muslim prayers? Like, no, I
No,
don't think I ever have. But
no.
I've seen those prayers. I've seen the English translation, and I'm like, man, that's like a universal prayer right there. Like anybody could pray this, and it would be like appeasing to the one who I think is the creator of the heavens and the earth.
Right.
So I don't know if Muslims pray in Jesus' name like Christians do. I'm assuming that Mormons do,
Yes,
but
they
I'm
do.
not really willing to die on that hill if they don't. It's like, okay,
Right.
that's your belief. I can accept you as who you are, and the Bible says love your neighbor. It doesn't say unless, you know.
So, so Muslims think of Jesus as a prophet, and they also think that they're like the true successors to Christ, they're like the true Christians in their mind. They think that the Christian doctrine is altered by sort of malicious people. So that if you read the Quran, that's what you can see some of that. And there's a particular group of people that they keep railing on. So yeah, I would suggest reading the Quran. It's informative to see their perspective.
I wouldn't stop there. I would say Norse mythology, Greek mythology.
Yeah. Just stay away from the New Age stuff. Is what I would suggest. Don't get into opening your third eye, this kind of stuff. But it's really up to you. You should follow your own spiritual path.
But what if I want to cleanse my third eye because I've heard that fluoride causes calcification,
Oh
and
yeah,
calcification means that it turns it into a rock, right?
that's true. That's why they have this fluoride. It gets in your pineal gland and calcifies it. That's right. But
Right. So if I were to cleanse my pineal gland, do you think that the pineal gland is something that Satan made or something that God made?
no. The thing is, when they tell you to meditate, it kind of it leaves you, it opens you up, it makes you vulnerable to sort of
Your
these.
third eye is your imagination.
It releases DMT.
Yeah, so I mean, you should just follow your own spiritual path, but it's sort of more dangerous because it opens up. If you open up your third eye, like if you meditate, it makes you more suggestible.
Your third eye is your imagination.
I think that anything that would not allow your pineal gland to function when you die, that's what it's for. It releases a heavy dose of DMT when you die, and I think it's a gateway to the spirit world. I think it releases into your brain very heavily, and it allows you to see the spirit world, and
Yes,
it ushers you in.
that's right. So maybe I said it wrong. You
If you
should
use your imagination, you can see the spirit world.
And so, what's your point?
All I'm saying is that my point I'm making is that your third eye is your imagination.
Not
That's why
quite.
the Beatles made the song.
No, okay. The Beatles aren't the the arbiters of truth.
No, I didn't say that, but I'm telling you that the third eye is your imagination. That's why it's located in the center of where your mind is. That's why it's called your mind's eye,
It's
which
closer
is
to what
why it's
John Robert
called
said.
And
the
so you
third
also,
eye. Come
and
on,
so you,
bro. It's
so
your
you,
imagination.
so
If
where did
it's the
And great
unseen and
guy.
you can't
what
see
makes you
the
the arbiter
unseen,
of
it's
what
your
makes
what?
you the
It's
arbiter?
your imagination.
Okay, I don't
You know
know
what?
what.
You interrupt me one more fucking time, and I'm going to mute you. What makes you the arbiter of truth when it comes to the pineal gland? What makes you the specialist? You sound like a fucking idiot to me.
Oh, you sound like a fucking idiot if you don't think that your imagination is your third eye.
Oh my god, dude.
You need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, dude, you're
Let me
wasting.
let me talk for a minute. Everybody, just let me talk for a minute. Okay, so I'm going to go over some facts. I'm just going to go. I'm only going to talk about facts. Okay, so if anybody would like to disagree with me, go ahead. Fact number one: the third eye, also known as the pineal gland, is the center of your brain that connects the two hemispheres. We good so far? So the left side of your hemisphere and the right side of your hemisphere, one is said to be feminine and the other is said to be masculine. We good so far? So we all have a little bit of both. Like if I barbecue for my family and make dinner for them, and while doing so, my son injures his foot and I doctor his foot and feed him, does that make me a woman? No. Does it make me gay? No. It just means that I have feminine traits too. Like I can nurture my child different from my wife. I have different set of skills, right? She might use peroxide, I might use alcohol, right? And he might scream when I do it, but he's still getting cleaned, right? So that he doesn't get infections. So the next thing about the pineal gland, it seems that the schools put us in a left brain prison. Anybody disagree?
No, that's totally right.
So the modern education system, they don't want us really thinking outside of the box, using our imagination, free. I see you. I see you. I see you. Freeing ourselves. They want us to remain like good little employees that don't really think for ourselves or question authority, right? So there has been evil people that have talked about opening the third eye and the kundalini and things like this, stuff we would call occult or hidden, or maybe occultism or people who practice dark magic. Do they also use their right hands? Do they use their right hands? I use my right hand. Does that make me an occultist? Bye. Have a good night. Does that make me like a practicer of the kundalini magic because I use my right hand?
No, you don't have
So what if
Your right hand is your imagination.
intuition also.
that's what I think it's your left hand. So think about it. What if I were to do something like really weird, right? Like some people say it's like not normal to eat ketchup out of a jar, but is it illegal? Right, so things can be weird but not
In
illegal.
my house,
Like
yes.
what if yeah, that would be weird. Okay, but what if I started writing with my left hand? What if I tried to teach myself to write in cursive with my left hand so that I could booster the connection between the neurons in my right brain? That'd be weird, right? But is it illegal? Like, is God going to be like, I saw you write with your left hand. You know the church and the schools don't like it when you write with your left hand because you think for yourself too much. And you get all artsy and you might
No, it's not
start
gonna
drawing porn. Right. So just because something is like occult or hidden doesn't really necessarily mean that it's like satanic or something. So if you were to like open your mind's eye long enough to like think about all the things I said, picture the things that I said, and utilize your mind's eye to really grasp what I'm trying to communicate with you just now, I don't really think that that's like going to end you up in the place where people are gnashing teeth and whatever. Some people say burning forever, but I don't know if that's exactly what that means. So
It's
thanks for listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's well said. I'm just sort of saying, if you do get into this occult stuff, it is in some sense like you're walking kind of a tightrope. I mean, it depends how far you get, but it's sort of there are risks. So if you follow this new age way of doing things, you're definitely opening yourself up to influence by certain principalities in the spirit realm. But I also, you should follow your own spiritual path. It's your, to find God, or your spirituality is really an individual kind of undertaking. So there's no set doctrine to it, but you should take caution, is what I would say.
I'd say take caution in everything that you do. You shouldn't read a book or walk across the street without taking caution.
Sure, but I would just advise staying away from the new age stuff in particular, because it's devised for a reason to make you susceptible to attack from these principalities that they're basically taking orders from. But anyways,
What about the old age stuff? You know, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Do you have any warnings against that?
yeah, that is in the Old Testament, and then Jesus said he fulfilled the covenant, so he has the new covenant. So that's maybe more of a biblical discussion. But so yeah,
So, is
there's
there scripture where Jesus talks about new age stuff like the law of attraction?
I guess I'm not like the number one scripture guy, but I don't believe so. I don't believe he talks
Okay.
about the law of attraction.
He said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you could move mountains. Right? And that's kind
Not
of one of
quite.
those things where that by itself doesn't really say a lot. But in other places, they say things that are not as though they were. Now that's different. Say things that are not as though they were. Then there's another place where it says, what you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven, and what you bound on earth will be bound in heaven. Now we're kind of getting somewhere. Then there's another spot that's not in the
He's
Bible that
talking
says,
to Peter though when he says that. But anyways, okay.
yeah, his church, the rock of his church, the foundation of his
Yeah.
church, the root of his offspring. I think I'm done. I'm going to clock out. Oh, that's right. I can wait. So the next thing he says is really powerful, I think. He says, marry your thanks with your faith that it will be done. Yes?
Marry your what? Sorry, what was the first word?
Marry your faith with your thanks, I think is how it goes.
Okay, I mean,
So you're like putting them together. Like you're thinking the things that are going to happen, and you're putting your faith and your thanks together at the same time. Because look at the Lord's Prayer. I mean, honestly, open the book, look at the Lord's Prayer. Is he asking? Is he asking for anything? Did he ask
thy will be
anything?
done. You're talking to the Father. You're saying,
Recognition.
thy will be done. You're not saying your will. But your will should be attuned to the Father's will, is the point. You're not
Of course.
creating. So you're
Of
not
course. What I'm saying is,
you're not influencing anything, but you should seek to be in tune with the Creator's will. That's what he's saying. And then it seems like if you're in tune with the Creator's will, then good things will come to you as a consequence, because that's the way it should be. That's really what it's saying. It's not saying it's a slight warping, this kind of law of attraction. It's saying you can become Neo, like you can influence, you can create, you can influence the Matrix or whatever.
you don't have anything? Oh, you do.
Oh, sorry, was I
No, go ahead.
speaking?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like a slight warping of the doctrine, which is basically what a lot of this New Age stuff, like this Christ consciousness stuff, is. This is an example. Do you understand the distinction I'm making?
Yeah, but I don't think you were understanding what I was saying. When you look at the Lord's Prayer, he is like making statements. He's like commanding it into existence. He's not asking for forgiveness. He's speaking it into existence. And I think that's the power that we have that we don't know that we have. We have the power of creation, right?
No, we don't have the
Right?
power. I don't believe so.
Really. Because
Sky,
I had an offer by a woman once, and me and her laid together, and I planted seeds in that woman. And the next thing you know, me and her created like a human, like a male child. And I
all right.
watched it pop out of her. And I know that it was mine.
All right, you got me, Hank, but that's not exactly. Okay, yeah. So you do have power creation in what you're allotted to. So you're allotted in Genesis to, be a progenitor and produce your own kind and so forth. But be fruitful and multiply is one of the privileges, one of the tasks given to it.
How general is fruitful?
Wait, let me ask this. What about Tesla? What about Tesla when he imagined the electronic motors and all the patents that he came up with? Did he not create these things from his mind's eye? Is he not
They
a co-creator?
they came from somewhere. They were not created by him.
What?
Like, this is a deep philosophical discussion in science and mathematics, even going outside, whether we actually are just sort of mining ideas from some other realm. So those are like the intuitionists, or we're actually creating them. So this also kind of borders that.
Wait, are you saying that there is a library of the mind, and Tesla has like an access to it, but it was already there? He was just going in his mind and getting the stuff from there.
Yeah, like mathematical ideas might exist already in some other, and he's basically using mathematical ideas to come up with his inventions.
Tesla did not do that. When he came out with the electric motor, man, he just built the fucking thing and then said, "You guys figure out the math. I'm busy."
Yeah, it's intuition, right? So I'm not saying he like worked out calculations. I'm saying that like he had the intuition to already see it.
Hey, if I push the magnets around this way and that way, add electricity. Hey, look, it works. All right, you guys figure out why it works.
So the smartest people, they operate on intuition like this. They don't just like work it out like with pen and paper or whatever, right? It's not the nerds like Mozart when he composed, right? He would basically just write it down. It's like he already could see it. I mean, there's a lot of examples.
Yeah, I've seen those kind of guys that can do that.
Those are so this is what Hank was kind of saying. They're not just using their left brain; they're using like a connection. And totally right, and that's why they're suppressing they're like sort of focusing on this kind of like rote mechanical side, this left side in the school system.
Yep, the programming schools. Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, thank you, school system. Did such a great job. Fuckheads.
School like a school of fish. That's what I always say.
There you go. Just swimming off. School of fish.
Hey, at least I got brain damage from the school system.
That's right. Got that going for me.
I bet Tesla is a bloodliner.
Oh, what? Bloodliner? Probably, yeah. If you look at his great grandfather.
He's too big. His picture, his part of the story is too big.
It's too big. Yeah. He's out there. He's in there. But he looked like a kind of guy who would come up with some cool shit. But
no, it is. I mean, no doubt about it. It's cool shit. It's shit that we should know right now.
I've used the electric motor so much in my lifetime that it's just absolutely one of the greatest inventions I've ever used. Period. Thank you. Thank you, whoever invented that fucking electric motor, man. Made my life easier. I'll tell you, man. Damn. Cheers.
Mine too. As a construction worker, the saws and the drills and everything that made all that so much easier. Hand drills and hand saws are not easy to use.
No, man. I use them here and there, but they have a purpose.
They have a purpose for sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Hey,
steel bolts
God.
and electric motors. Thank you.
Hey,
You're
God
welcome.
Rockin'.
Thank
I
you.
heard you talking earlier, and I just wanted to thank you for your wisdom that you bring. You bring incredible wisdom to the server, and there's not that many young people that respect the elders of the world nowadays. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. God rocking, sir, baby. Sir, baby.
God Rockin is clearly a man who's very wise about the world. And I was here earlier when he talked about some of his life story, and I can see why. I mean, that's really the life's journey. Is
Yeah. I heard him coming down on Matthew this morning. Anyway, I heard the video today. But, it was epic, man. He's like, dude, come on. Don't be ridiculous. It's Matthew, please.
Speaking of the devil, wasn't Matthew just here?
Oh, maybe I missed him.
He just poked his nose in, I thought.
Okay. Anyway, it was just the only thing I listened to today. It was a couple of you aces going after Matthew, and Matthew just kept going. You know,
Too cool, right?
Got to
Cool
create.
as a-
I
as
got
a cucumber.
calculation. The calculations work out, man. They work out. We're good. Yeah, thanks. Where's the curvature? Over there. Boats go behind it. You know what?
all the
Boats go behind it.
calculations in the world, but there's no curvature.
Okay.
Oh man.
Then you guys are like, well, we zoom him back in. He goes, oh, well, you don't see the whole thing. I'm pretty sure we saw the whole thing, man, a couple times. Anyway.
Where's the curvature? It's
And
there.
then-
You can't see it, but
You can see it.
You don't see it.
It has to be.
You can't see it. It's basically, it was like this big circle jerk thing. It was like, you can see it, but you can't see it. Yeah.
You
can
just
measure it.
gotta think that it's there, and that's
You
it.
can measure it, but you can't, you can calculate it, but you can't measure it. Yeah. Shit like that. It's like, okay.
Space, bro.
Space, stars, man. Definitely prove you're on a spinning, shooting fucking marble.
You can put it on paper, but you can't put it into reality.
And that was your whole point, God Rockin', was you were just bringing it back. Dude, in reality, we don't see this. We don't feel it. We don't measure it. Bro, you got nothing. You got nothing, Matthew.
So funny, man. I love it.
God, fuck all. Then you guys are talking about. Then you asked him like, "Why don't you put a camera on the fucking moon?" And
That's
like,
how
well,
you know.
It's not cost effective. He goes, "It's not cost effective." I was like, "Oh, fuck me, man."
Bro, that's how you know when you got something because you got nothing.
So after that conversation, I was busy with the wife, whatever. I started thinking about it, and I go, "Why don't they have a camera on the moon during the fucking new moon and figure out where the fuck the moon is?" Come on. Why haven't we done that experiment? Because nobody knows where the fucking new moon is. Does anybody here know where the new moon goes? Anybody?
This is going to sound crazy, but if you notice when you watch the new moon starts and you can't see it. And then after a couple days, at the horizon, you start to barely get a little glimpse, like a little fingernail looking.
Just a little peeky poo. You get a little peeky poo.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. So as the time goes on throughout the month, it works its way all the way on the other side of the sky.
Right.
And the next thing you know, it's a new moon again, and it's all the way back over there like a typewriter.
Right.
You know, like typity type. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
So I'm thinking that. Oh, it's easy.
Oh, you guys are too young to know what a typewriter is. God Rockin' knows what a typewriter is, but these youngsters.
I know what a typewriter is, but in reference to the moon, I don't know that.
The way that if you look at an old-fashioned typewriter that had these big arms that kind of traveled about 3 inches,
And then you have to use your own arm to get back to the left side. Yeah.
Yeah, you got, once it goes all the way to the right, you got to push it back to the left. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a pain.
Just like the moon. Just like the moon.
Just like the
That was
moon.
an analogy.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
after you write all the lines, you got to go back to the starting point, and after the moon goes through all the phases,
Right.
it goes back to the starting point. You got it. Good. Okay, so
Yay!
the moon,
Yeah.
the moon isn't like going all the way back across the sky in one night. That's
Mhm.
not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the moon has gone through its entire cycle,
Right.
and either the sun has lapped it or it's lapped the sun, and it's back in its original spot. But its original spot is below the horizon because you notice that first moon that you see, it's barely above the horizon the first time you see the moon.
Oh, it's
So
barely
I'm
there, dude.
thinking,
I mean,
yeah,
it's like it. You got about 20 minutes to watch the moon, and it's gone.
exactly.
Yeah, it's
So I'm
quick.
thinking the new moon, the reason you can't see it is because it's already set by the time the sun goes down.
Oh no.
Hold on there, Larry. My point was like, but then after when the moon goes away, man, it's gone for like a whole day, dude. Nobody can see the moon ever during the new moon for like 20 hours, dude. Nobody can. It's gone, and that's
Yeah,
when I
because
want
it's hanging out with the sun.
What's that?
It's hanging out with the sun. Just like I can't see an attacker
Right.
who's standing at my door at nighttime if my brights are on. I can't see the attacker who's standing right there at my door as I'm walking towards my car, right? But
Okay.
as soon as I walk past the lights, I can see the attacker.
But my point with the camera on the moon would have been that it would be great to see Earth during the new moon because the moon would be really dark and Earth would look really cool, and we would know exactly where the moon is during the hours that we can't see it.
Bro, were you just said that you were with your wife and you were thinking about this?
I
Come on,
know.
like,
Right? Yeah, I
like
was.
why would you be thinking about nonsensical stuff when you were your wife?
I know, but
Make her laugh. She
that
probably she
that's
probably
the
laughed her
thought
ass
was
off.
going through my head, and I stood up. And went, shit! Oh fuck! Why don't we have a? It was all came from that conversation with God Rocket and Matthew when they were talking about why don't they put the camera on the moon, and there's a few other people chiming in. I might have been India or somebody. I'm not sure, but it was one of you sharp motherfuckers. And yeah, they were like, oh, and Matthew's answer was it's just he thought it would cost $3 billion to put a camera on the moon.
$3 billion camera.
I was like, $3 billion. And then somebody was saying like they had $1 million toilet. It's $25 million for that toilet up there on the ISS, dude. Get that number straight. Because Jen and I did a video on that where we were watching a video about that $25 million toilet seat, man.
Are you shitting me?
No. Verify that with
25
Jen,
mil
man.
for a
Bro,
toilet?
that's the old one. The new one, it had to be upgraded.
The old
We have
one,
a
yeah,
new
the new
toilet.
one. Probably 50
These
million.
people shit gold or something? Like, why is it so
The
expensive?
thing is that the person that made the space toilet, he never made toilets before that. So that's why it came out to be so expensive because he know nothing about toilets.
How many astronauts lost their bowels?
I've always wondered about
Probably all of them.
yeah, getting their bowels.
They never had any guts, anyways.
Is there a toilet?
Here's what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna go down to Home Depot, grab myself one of these shop vacs, and I'll build a little contraption, and I'll take a dump in that thing, and I'll say, "Look at motherfuckers, this thing cost fucking $142."
Plus taxes.
And I just pissed in it, and I took shit in it. What the fuck? We spent 20.
How can you get it to 50 million? Good luck.
$1 million. Are you kidding me? Fuck off, right? These cucks. You got a shop vac costs fucking 25 million. That's all it is. It's this goddamn shop vac. Fuck. Anyway. Yeah. Jen and I used to laugh our asses off about that $25 million toilet, man. We would laugh so hard. And we always laughed that what happens if you got like explosive diarrhea, you know? Boom. It's in the cabin. Everybody's got pink eye.
That's so true. You know, that's a good point. They would not be able to avoid it at all
You
costs.
can't avoid it. How you gonna
Yeah.
clean the fuck? How the fuck you gonna clean the inside of that cabin? And
What a joke! You just broke the globe right there. Anyone listening? We just broke the
I
globe.
broke the ISS in half. I'll tell you that. But,
Imagine how the ISS smells inside.
Oh my
wow!
Like sweaty gym socks and
dude,
shit.
I had an open air sailboat, man. If somebody took a dump in that thing, man, it was bad. And it's like, oh shit, ugh, you know. So inside of a, yeah,
Huh?
Magic.
fucking Hollywood.
Yeah, they did it, man.
Dude,
They did it.
That argument might be more effective on Zoomers because they like poop
It's a
humor.
good one. That's a really good one. You can't escape it. That kind of stuff you can't escape.
Yeah,
you can't escape like showers and baths and toilets and shit like that. You gotta
You think
like throw it in the
everybody
face.
be wearing masks and goggles and like fuck, man. Yeah, you'd have to have goggles on for sure. Mask, probably
Like
good.
open your statement with like 24 hours without the water. Imagine
Right.
that. Have you ever been 24 hours without the water on your skin? I bet there's so many people without 24 hours. Or they can, they've had water in their skin every few hours, 5 hours maybe.
Yeah, so
You know?
yeah, man, if you went like, oh my god, the hair,
Yeah.
the skin that falls off between your toes or whatever, all that shit's floating around in there, and you're like, oh man, this is not good. This is not good. And nobody's ever got pink eye and had fucking explosive diarrhea because they breathed in somebody or they
pink eye will fuck you up.
Fucking fecal matter, and now they've got really explosive diarrhea because
I
dysentery.
guarantee.
Dysentery set in.
100% guarantee this Discord has many, many military veterans and members.
Oh yeah.
And every boot camp is like, who knows how many people are going to get pink eye? Probably a third.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
There's
at
no
least
way around it. There's nothing you can do.
20% or something.
There's always going to be like 5 people that shit their pants. It's just guaranteed.
Guaranteed. I mean, you're out there marching all day. You forgot to poop. You're fucked. And
I mean, think about this, man. This has got to be a stat to this.
Gotta be.
The Israel Defense Force wears diapers on missions. That's true.
I believe it. I believe it for sure.
There we go. Now that's
Is that
a U.S. I did not.
That's
know.
not what. No, I have never heard of that in American forces, but I believe it.
All right.
Hey, they wore the diapers on the moon.
I mean, I assume they would. I mean, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well,
even in
astronaut diapers. Where's Buzz? Buzz Aldrin. How many beers you had, bro? How many diapers you got?
I've seen the plastic bags that you tape to your ass that you drop a deuce in. Yeah, that's a hell of an invention. I'll tell you, man. Great job, NASA. I could use one of those when I'm camping sometimes. Where is that great invention? Why isn't that like Velcro? Hey, here's your plastic bag for camping. Take a dump in that bad boy. There you go.
Did Nikola Tesla ever consider the toilet problem?
I wonder.
Like the most efficient toilet or diaper?
Toilet would be good. I appreciate the toilet. When I remember growing up, they used to say it was invented by a guy named Crapper. So that's why you say, hey, man, I got to take a crap.
Oh, yeah, they said that too when I was in school.
Yeah. So I'm sure that's a fucking psyop. No doubt.
Yeah, I appreciate the toilet, but I'm so flat Earth that I could respect it. I could respect life without it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, man. Yeah, I worked around. No problem. The Earth is
That's
flat. Guess what? You can dig a hole, Mongo.
Right.
Come on, get busy with it. You'll figure it out.
I'm trying to get those earthworms in the soil. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. You got to get back a little. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's they call it roughing it if you live in a modern world. But yeah, there's people that just got to drop the deuce. That was always a weird thing about Tartaria with me, man. It was like I used to have conversations and Jibby Jedi.
Plumbing, right? There's no
we would
plumbing.
talk about the toilets in Tartaria, and I'm like, oh, where's the toilets, bro? We looked pretty hard. We never really found much. There were some Roman like bath kind of thingies, maybe. I don't know, but it was weak at best. The toilets in Tartaria are. If anybody's got a picture of a Tartarian toilet,
Maybe they didn't need to go to the bathroom.
well, that was the other thing. Are they Eritreans? They just drank water and pissed everywhere. I don't know. I mean, how did the women fucking squat it for taking pisses out every day? I don't know, man. There's something's missing with the Tartarian toilet situation. So
some of them are giants. Imagine the giant toilets.
oh, the giant. Where's the giant toilets?
That's a good point. Holy shit.
Where's the Nephilim deuce, man? Where do I drop a Nephilim deuce?
So
Hey,
those
I got a Nephilim deuce that's been petrified. I guarantee.
Mexicans. So you know Yellowstone National Park's actually a Tartarian toilet. Did you know that?
The deuce is a mountain. When it's petrified, it'll be one of the mountains.
You guys aren't going to like this, but we may be in the only time
Now
where
we've
there's
gone
like Cheetos
We've
and
gone completely next level, man.
hot dogs and pizza and
Mountains
shit like that.
are made of giant's poop. That's it. That's
Back in the day, our shit could have been like straight up gold.
You know,
Who
they're going to
knows?
come out with some article recently after it just.
You leave Cheetos alone.
We're at least.
Yeah, Pop Tarts, Cheetos.
You leave Cheetos alone, you son of a bitch.
Fucking sourdough.
They had worst taste back
fucking-
then.
Cheetos.
Their snacks were terrible back then.
What's one of the most delicious things? Garlic bread, barbecue garlic bread.
That I go for. Not bad. No, the mainstream food, you know, Doritos and fucking
peasant food.
Think about it, man. None of that nonsense is out there. Or
McDonald's.
who knows? But
that shit, man. Do not eat that shit. Fuck.
Yeah, definitely don't eat that shit. Yeah, just don't make
but
things.
it's so many. It's like Cheez-Its, Wheat Thins. I mean, how long is the list? Is thousands, bro.
I mean, I've ate everything you've mentioned, man, and no doubt about it. And I can't
All
do
the
it.
anything made in Lay's.
Doritos, man. Fucking the ingredient list on it scares me. Ugh.
Hey, flat Earth dude.
Yeah, goddamn corn chip. You know, take corn, smash it down. You know, put a little salt.
Is that the Slayer?
Oh,
there
come
he
on.
is.
Hey, is somebody there I can ask a question real quick for?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I have a flat Earth guy who I've done some IG chats with. His name is Yoke Master. He's sitting in VC check-in voice text right now.
All right.
And I've never done it before. I think I can do it, but I've never done it before.
Yeah,
so I just
bro,
want to
you're
get him
Silver. You're the master.
checked in tonight.
Well, let's go do it together, man. You ready?
Yeah, VC check-in voice text.
All right.
I'll meet you right there. Okay.
I'm gonna go
Hey,
too.
Thank you.
Oh fuck! The whole crew went down there. All right, I'll stay here. Shit.
Thank
The
you,
whole
flat
crew went out
dude.
there. Yeah. We got it. There's the crew. That's all you gotta do is ask.
Thank
Oh,
you.
You're welcome. Go have fun, man. Go see how it's done. It's a cool check-in, man. Check-in's fun. Go. Yeah. I love VC check-in, man. I mean, it's slowing down quite a bit. When I first came on the server, man, it was a little more popping.
I have a hard time remembering the commands. It's something like exclamation point, their
Yeah.
name, then at their name, and exclamation point again. I'm not quite sure. I've done it a bunch of times, but I can't remember the commands exactly how in line they go.
Exactly. It's because you're a boomer, and
that's probably why.
It's guaranteed. No, man. I just like to talk to the people that want to come into the server, man, and try to feel them out. And that's the fun part for me, man. I mean, I'll just ask a mod, hey, man, check this guy in. He's cool. Or, this guy's nobody comes into VC check-in to be a cuck. That's not going to work. So they come in real nice. They got their little game face on there. Dude, I've let a couple through, man, that ended up coming in here and just totally flipping script, man.
Yeah, so am I.
They're sneaky bugs.
And it just sucks, man. I don't like letting people into the fucking live stream that do that, man.
Sometimes it's hard to tell. You know, they're all up there, they act all cool, and then they get down here and they act like fucking morons.
I'd say like 90% of the people I sent through, man, were okay, but there's that 10% that just totally cucks it up once they get in here. That is like
a lot of people will say that that's flat Earth evidence, but
right.
Yeah, it's debatable. It kind of is, yeah.
What is?
People acting retarded.
Well, we can add it to the preponderance of evidence. That's the bucket I like to walk around with. Preponderance of evidence. It's full, man. Things heavy.
Well, you can't expect a retarded person to understand flat Earth because they don't understand their own model, let alone the flat Earth. That is retarded.
Yeah, that's the main thing, man. Most people, they don't know the first diameter.
If you don't get what the wizards are telling you in the first place, then I guess if you're not really thinking about it, it's not going to hit you. There's not going to be that much impact.
Right. There you go, man. You've been wizardized.
But even if you don't get the impact, well, it doesn't make it not there. It's very important.
Yeah, it is important, man. I started thinking about that today too, man. I'm like, I was in the building. I got flat smacked in today. I was thinking about it. I was like, damn, man, this is where one guy just went, hey, man, check this out. Satellites are fake, man. There's no real pictures of satellites in space, man. Check it out.
You're probably loud.
And I was like, really? I'll see you tomorrow, man. I'll give you a call.
Right. It's crazy that it's not that simple for way more people.
I was like, oh, shit, man. Oh, that's all CGI, man. Oh, no. One to the next. And I'm like, oh, fuck, man. What's up with this? As soon as back then, man, as soon as you typed in like satellites are fake in space or pictures of satellites, you'd get flat Earth recommendations, man, back then.
Well, then where are all these rockets going? Have you watched one?
I haven't had any. I never had any cock diss, man. I was never like, oh, dude, you're just an idiot. Fuck off.
Well, there was a guy in here the other day that claimed he watched a rocket go up and keep going straight up until it went out of sight.
That might have been.
Well, I've never seen a rocket do that.
No,
I've always seen them march over.
I live really close to a base, an Air Force base, and they launch stuff all the time. Maybe like at minimum every couple months, something's going off. And it's very strange looking every time. And it doesn't look very impressive.
Right.
Not very fast. You know what I mean? Like it's
not fast.
Yeah.
No.
You don't ever hear a sonic boom.
No, not even close.
Well, that was the thing I got into like probably 2016. God Rockin' was, dude, man, where's the sonic boom on the takeoff? After like a minute of this, 2 minutes, this thing's going boom.
About it, all of us are jet fans. I mean, all those combat jets and all those things are so badass.
Oh, dude, growing up,
I lived by Hill Air Force Base, and they used to hear sonic booms here all the time. They would head out toward the desert to do their bombing practice raids or whatever, and they'd get out over the lake, and they would hit the afterburners and you hear a big sonic boom, and all the windows would rattle in the city, and we're 10 miles away.
Yeah.
And so they complained about it. So now they have to wait till they get over the mountain, over on the bombing range before they can do the sonic boom because too many people complained about it. So what I'm saying is you can hear those things from a long ways away. And those rockets do not ever produce a sonic boom. So they never go faster than 500 miles an hour. In fact, I would doubt more than 300 or 400, to be honest with you. They just look like they're barely puttering along, just barely going anywhere. And, then they arch over, head downward, And this one guy said, I watched them go straight up and until they disappeared. And I'm like, well, when was that? I've never seen one that didn't arch over.
That you got a video? Maybe that, what was it called? That the Go Fast rocket. That one went straight up.
Yeah, and it stopped abruptly.
There was
At
no
most, these small launches you can only see for a few minutes.
Well, the Go Fast rocket, man, was like what? It went straight up. It was spinning like a motherfucker too, like a bullet. And our rockets don't spin. No, there's no spin in our rockets. Why is there no spin in our rockets? The NASA,
Right?
Because they're balloons.
But the Go Fast rocket, the one the amateurs put together, that fucking thing spun like a fucking bullet.
And look how fast it
going fucking fast.
Look how fast it took off the ground.
Exactly. It took off ASAP and it was gone. And it went up.
1,001 anomalies. How many more?
This is the preponderance of evidence bucket that I carry around with me.
Yeah.
It's
deep.
It's deep, and Matthew does not have all the calculations for everything in my bucket.
He'll come up with one if you give him enough time.
And I'll tell that to his face, man. You ain't got the calculations for my bucket, bro. Sorry, man.
That's awesome.
It's not gonna happen.
It's so amazing to see him say that he trusts his calculations more than he does the observations.
Well, that's where he's mistaken.
Yeah,
that's too bad, man. Because
the math is like a centric idea. It's so important to some of these people.
Yep,
it's just numbers, man.
The math says it's right, so it's got to be right.
Refraction.
I mean, what is right? Like, what can you tell? Oh man, I bet it's so bad.
So today, man, I'm staring at this video monitors. There's like 5 of them hanging over my head, and they're projecting onto a screen, right? And it's a big auditorium, and I'm looking at these 5 projectors, and I don't see the light coming from the projector. I'm sitting kind of behind them, but I can see what they're projecting, and there's a ton of light and shit going through that air right there, man. And I don't see the light until it hits the screen, man. It's a fascinating phenomenon, that light. Damn, it really is when somebody first told me that light could potentially be physical object, and I was like, what? I don't know about that, man.
Well, if it were physical, think about this: a light bulb, that filament lights up, okay, and then it shines forth light. If it were physical, that filament is producing the light. It would have to reduce in size until it became nothing. It would have to project itself out through the glass and outward until the filament burned up and became nothing. Otherwise, there's nothing coming out of that glass bulb. There's no material.
It's so weird, man, to think that much light was coming out of these projectors and producing video and just, graphics and all kinds of crazy shit. But yet I'm looking between the projector and the screen and I don't see anything. There's nothing. Unless there's some like smoke or something, to light it up. But it's such a cool phenomenon, man. Light is one of the subjects we cover around here quite a bit, actually. But have lights, trillions of miles away, bro. Whoa. What kind of light's going to produce something trillions of miles away that I can see? Trillion. 26 trillion miles away. Where's the closest star, man? And you're telling me 20? Fuck off. I'm sorry. How about you, God Rockin'? You got no proof.
They say it's quintillions. We can see stars from quintillions of miles away.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. I'm a fucking idiot for ever believing that bullshit. Thank you. I snapped out of it. And
I snapped out of it.
out of it, man. It is a snap in the fucking face, man. In your head, you're like, oh, fuck, trillion, 26 trillion. That's the closest star. Fuck off.
Right.
Anyway, that's the fun part of our cosmology, and there's a lot of talk about cosmology around here as well. On top
The
of
fun part about it is we had a cosmologist in here the other night.
I
and
know. I heard that, dude. I was like coming out of my shoes. I'm driving. I'm like, oh, fuck. He stayed on for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
He wasn't no bitch nigga. He came in here for the long haul.
He came with
He was cool.
Yeah, he turned out, to like, he was actually intellectually honest several times. A couple times he was skirting the fucking outskirts of the skirts. I don't know what he was doing out there, man. But for the most part, from what I heard, man, he was intellectually honest for, I probably listened for like an hour and a half or something. Great job with him, by the way. All you great thinkers out there, man. It's been just a good chat with a astrophysicist, man. Ooh. Damn. That's big time. Cosmologist. Whatever. It's still big time. But he knew where he was coming into, man. The astrophysicist that Wakey talked to didn't know what was hitting her.
Oh, yeah. He talked about all kinds of different channels he'd already been to, Jim Pandas and a bunch of other places. He'd been around.
Exactly. Yeah.
He'd done his homework before he showed up here.
It's different than catching one of these astrophysicists or cosmologists, kind of like Wakey did, man, where he caught her off guard talking about certain phenomenon that
he thought he was ready. He thought he was ready to come in here, and it turned out he was not even close.
No, that's why he lasted so long, because every one of his arguments was being questioned and in many different facets. Yeah, it was fascinating, man. Great job, everybody.
I'm just really glad that everybody let me get them questions in, because, when I was younger, like the whole cosmology part, the deep space part was like the bee's knees for me. So when I asked him about Halley's Comet, he didn't provide a satisfying
answer. That was
answer
your first question, I believe, man. Was the Halley's
Yeah.
Comet. Yeah.
Yeah. And that wasn't satisfying at all. I could tell that he was just like, I was like, okay, all right, next.
It was
And
weak.
then-
Yeah, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck. This is going to be
Because
fun.
it takes the solar system to turn Halley's Comet around. What's out there and, the void of nothing to turn it back around. Anyway, I was just really,
There was all
really
the
glad that
gravitational computations, the gravitational computations, guaranteed. That's why it works. Okay.
Hey Hank, you're talking about comets, guys? You can look at this photograph of a comet that I took the other day. Look at this.
You did not take that.
Look.
Dude, you got to crop that a little bit. Then you can pull it off. You got to crop out the
Bro,
wall.
but you know what's the antecedent to this comet photograph? It's called a margarita. Margarita.
So what?
A margarita is the necessary antecedent.
Yeah. Doesn't it look similar? Look at this.
It does look very similar.
So think about it. The margarita has a liquid in it and glass, and then the sun it was like probably like 1 p.m. So it was noon basically. It was the sun was like right above, and it was going through the liquid, the margarita, and through the glass, and this was the table, and it it looks like a comet almost.
Yeah, it looks very similar. Yeah. Great imagery, man. Great pictures. Those are actual pictures you took.
I think I'm gonna
image,
take that picture and shop it in my phone.
but those imageries of comets, man, nobody's ever seen that comet look like that with their naked eye. That's some kind of trick photography or something going on there, man. That's not
Is
a
it?
picture. That the one over the mountain there, man. That's
It doesn't look like that. You're saying?
or it looks exactly yours looks exactly like that. But I don't think anybody's ever seen that comet look like that. That would fucking blow your mind.
Go to the desert, you'll see it, dude.
Not like that.
I don't know.
You're gonna see that without some time lapse or something, man. It's gonna be something involved.
There's
Layering.
videos that show the comments, and it kind of looks like this actually, like this photograph.
Video. We got video of that? That'd be cool. I'd go with that. Anyway, I was here for Haley's Comet, man. Last time I was here, I looked at it. Didn't look anything like this shit. That's for sure.
When was it here last?
1986.
All right, so we have to wait until what, 2060? Oh, 76 years.
Yeah, way out there. Yeah. Yeah, wait a minute.
Sound like in the late 90s.
It was a big deal on the news. It was a big deal. God rocking. He remembers it. And I looked at it, man. No. Didn't look like that, man. That would have fucking been cool. Damn. Would have been cool.
Every time there's a meteorological or astronomical event, it rains. Like, no matter where I am, it's just an axiom. So I feel like it would just be like the biggest thunderstorm ever if I tried to see Haley's Comet.
Yeah, but it was here for like weeks, man, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would just be
You would have had a
thunderstorms.
chance to check it out at one point.
It would just be Noah's Flood Part 2 if I tried to look at Haley's Comet.
Right. Is there any comets coming our way soon, man? We could check out. I heard there was a few, but I haven't seen any.
What was up with that one supposed to hit the Earth, apparently, according to NASA? It was like supposed to pass.
Is that a meteorite or comet? No,
I don't know.
I don't know.
There was one they kept talking about. They gave it some.
Talk about, well,
Noribu? No.
These cops, man, they just come up with whatever. If it's moving up there, they give it a name and go, hey, man, that's Ibiru Nagasaki 42.5, and it's going to hit Earth at in 20,242,000 years from now. And it's guaranteed to hit Earth in that time frame. Whatever, like they just make shit up, man. It's gonna be here in 15,000 years. Well, how do you know that? I don't know. We ran some simulations on a
mathematical
computer.
model.
What? Yeah, and that light up there is gonna hit us like in 15,000 years and wipe out Earth and probably half of humanity. How do you know this? It's science. Well, okay, that's great answer. Thanks. Okay. It's science and math. We figured it out.
We had that guy on a few days ago. Who, maybe he's Rob Parks, right? He's like a astronomer apparently, and it was just amazing how he couldn't get that he's studying a mathematical model. Like,
right?
It was just so obvious to like a normal person. It's like you're not studying any natural phenomena. You're just studying a video game.
That's it. Bummer, man. I hate to break it to you, but that's the reality, man. You're just studying, fairy tales and fairy dust.
And then these people, like the hubris, they think they can model the entire universe on their computer. And then, like what the hell? Like,
Facts, Jimsy. Come on, we need the facts.
Facts.
That's a bummer. Facts are a bummer for.
Dude, just put a NASA logo, like crop it a little more, and put a NASA logo.
Here we go. Here it goes. I got a little story to tell you here about. We're gonna say LIGO, okay? That way nobody's confused. Yeah. So what we have here is two black holes. They combined and ran into each other, and I photographed it with my Galaxy S22 Ultra. And what we have here is the remnants of a spiral galaxy running into just one of those flat sombrero galaxies here. You can kind of see, the gravitational waves down at the bottom, of the implosion of the two black holes running into each other. And, black holes don't like each other, and the event horizons will being two of them together. It just, made a really big splash in the space-time continuum, and you could kind of see the evidence of that down below.
You made me spit my beer out. You fuck.
I like it.
I'm laughing so hard over here. I couldn't help it. Oh shit. Carry on. Go continue.
So what that means basically is what that basically means is these two cannibalized galaxies are eating each other, right? They're just nom 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 nom, just eating each other up, and of course this means we're going to need more funding. So rub your dollar bills together and send them this away. Thanks.
This is what I mean by taking a piss out of it, right? Sometimes you got to do that, and that was absolutely epic, bro. Thank you.
I thank Jimsy, because I wouldn't have been able to do it if it wasn't for Jim.
I hadn't laughed that hard all week. I don't think, man.
You're welcome.
Pretty good.
Has anyone ever tried that? Just like stick a NASA logo and try to make something go viral. Just like give it a believable.
Totally, right? Just make it up, right? Like it's exactly. We got to start doing that, man.
It's gonna happen today. It's gonna happen today.
Space, bros, girls, come on. There's only two genders, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. Apparently, but space is real.
I actually identify as NASA. I actually identify as space as my gender. So
there you go. That's our new gender is space.
Yeah, so it's like really offensive, and I'm gonna like be triggered.
We've gone completely next level, Joe, man. Oh fuck.
I identify as space. I don't even identify just my gender. I identify as space, so I exist. There, space exists.
I want to pound and scream right now. I'm laughing so hard because that's the level we need to take it to, man. We need to go viral. Larry, write up a little quick thing on what you just said there.
Write it up.
Somebody go back and grab some OCR or whatever it is, my voice recognition. Just type it out. It was excellent.
I think we should finish it up with and when these two black holes ran into each other, it was like Andre the Giant off the top rope. And that kind of gravitational waves in the space-time continuum will never be forgotten.
The Andre Galaxy.
You got to throw in the wrestler in there. Okay, I like it. That'll work. That'll get a lot of the fucking Mongos' attention.
The Andre Galaxy versus the Hogan Galaxy.
Shit. So I used to play music live for a long time, and once a week, just jam and play music live. And there was a great feeling, groove with it, man. But hanging out with you guys is way more fun, man. Listening to this fucking crazy show. So, it's more enjoyment than playing music, man. It really is. So it's right up there with music. I mean, music's great, man. When you're jamming with the band and you guys are rocking and cocking and fucking spitting and just loving, it's all good.
Did you just say rocking and cocking?
Well, yeah, there's a bunch of cocks on the stage, usually rocking and cocking, by the way.
Okay, just to break the awkward silence. Okay, so I said I captured this in my
What the fuck?
S22 Galaxy. That's actually true. I did that with my phone, guys. And these people are getting paid $60 million a day to do this kind of shit with their phone.
Exactly. And that's they've got into where they use their phone to do it.
So guys, look at this.
What are we looking at?
You got any more magical drink shots?
Hey, I have a fax machine somewhere. I can't.
I'm going to.
Keep one in case
Thank you.
of emergency. I got a fax machine.
Look at this, right? This thing is completely transparent. It's a clear glass. It's
Right.
completely clear.
Got it. That's beautiful.
But the sun is coming through the ceiling
Dude,
of the house.
is that a martini glass?
Is that bong? What is that?
It's a martini
That is
glass.
just a
No, it's a
piece of
margarita glass. It's a margarita
No, that's
glass.
just glass. It's just clear glass. And look at it now. Look at the effects that can be made. Look. No, not love.
I gotta.
This.
All right, I'm staring at it, man. I see a martini glass, but I don't drink martinis personally, but where I live, man, a lot are consumed. And it looks like it has salt on the rim. Sometimes you put salt or sugar, depends on what you like.
Salt's better.
Salt is better, no question.
Scroll down a bit, dude. He's put more in.
And I see like a round red disc on the bottom with a prism of light coming out of the middle of the yellow sun, kind of comet looking thing, as you said earlier.
I think
scroll down a bit. There's a cross, kind of glass cross.
Whatever prism.
It is a clear glass cross, and the light is shining through it, and it's showing all of the colors. It's kind of cool. But even though it's completely clear, it casts a shadow.
Right.
At the right angle. At the right angle, it casts a shadow. But when the light's shining through it, the middle point of it, you can see it's like a kind of like a purple color prism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dude, that is a great phenomenon you caught there, man. That it's an optical phenomenon from a camera that with light and water and glass and a surface. It's a great phenomenon that you caught. Most people don't pay attention to how light reflects off shit. I try to. I'm not perfect.
Look at the three ones that I share. My daughter is holding the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's similar to the phenomena that we see.
Shadow?
I will have a video. You could, when you if you spin it around, you can see kind of like the stars spinning around, and you see like two opposites. You see a side. You see kind of like two opposite umbrellas of the lights spinning. And this is just a man-made object.
Yeah.
What we see above is, I guess, it's a higher level design.
Oh, yeah. It's next level. Yeah, it's definitely next level. Larry,
Larry, why you made that short video with me in the background speaking?
Oh, did I? I didn't know it was going to pick up sound.
It did pick up sound. Me talking about something else that it doesn't have to do anything with Comet Gemsy.
All right, let me make another one. All right, let's see, what am I doing here?
Well, light is a great phenomenon, man, and it's been argued that lights prove that we're on a globe, man. And I was like, whoa, time out.
Well, time out.
Listen.
But light's a real thing, man. We all observe it, man, and it's a great thing. We all see through our own eyes. So light, some people see better in very little light, and some people see better with a bunch of light. So,
But you see on the photographs that I shared, that is a completely clear glass,
right.
and it will shine in some spots. Other spots, it's a shadow. So the shadow and the light are next to each other.
I see the
light
shadow.
is complete. Yeah, the light is completely shining through it, but depending on the angle that the light is shining, it will also cast a shadow. The light itself is casting a shadow.
That's fucking trippy, bro.
So the light, you can see a polar opposite, which is a shadow.
It's beautiful, man. I like it. I like it a lot, man.
I think that's what's happening when we see the sun being eclipsed.
Yeah.
Basically, it's basically a light on top of a light. It's just that you're seeing the negation of the light caused by the light.
Right. So I've seen the phenomenon where it's an overhead picture of clouds, and it produces these shadows that look just like that. It's an overhead picture of the clouds being lit up by the sun and producing these really cool long straight shadows like that. They call it what? Crepuscular rays, anti-crepuscular. I'm not, could have been either one, but yeah, cool, man. What a great phenomenon you caught there. That's good. Light is a big mystery, man. It's been, we can go to the double slit experiment. What? What's light doing? It's the photons of the. I love looking at shadows and the way things in reality. That's cool, man. That's what we want to see in reality, not some. Hey, they put one slit and then they switched it to two and it changed everything. And okay, yeah, that's great, man. Cool. What's the shadow doing? I want to know what the fucking shadow's doing. They always have these things about shadows, man. I don't know if you guys grew up with like shadow vampires and shadow this and shadow that.
Shadow.
There's a lot of shadows. The shadow people. Have you guys heard of the shadow people?
I've heard of the shadow people. I never seen one.
Late night out here in the desert. We're gonna talk about the shadow people. Okay.
I've seen the opposite of shadow people. I've seen like a silhouette of a person, but it was a light. It was pure light instead of a shadow.
There you go. I've heard of people seeing the pure light instead of a shadow. Yeah. I like that.
Do we got a meow meow in the house?
What?
Oh, my mic on?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what was the question?
I got a cat. He's very vocal.
Cat's vocal.
So,
vocal cat.
He
When
says
he gets really vocal in the middle of the night, I get the water bottle and I just start blasting him.
All right.
We gonna talk to Yoke Smasher?
Hey, do you guys, how do I see what you guys are talking about? I can't see any of these pictures.
It's called voice text. It's
Just
right
above
above
the
live stream, it says. Live stream voice text. So we're in the live stream, and then right above it, we can put pictures and links and videos and gifs. Lots of gifs in there, man. Lots of gifs.
I'll take a gift.
Yep. We got cats turning off light switches. Yeah. People shadow people walking up the stairs. You guys are the best, man. I gotta tell you. Yeah, this chat is it's beyond anything I could imagine. It's all over the place. If you mention, yeah.
I like that. I like what that Yo posted. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a cool one. Download it.
Never disappoints. Yeah. Anyway, I have to move the screen every once in a while because I get stuck on one. It's like I can see it out of the corner of my eye when I'm talking to you guys. And I have to kind of get away from it because.
Yeah, we get it. You gotta mute yourself once in a while. That's fine.
Exactly. Once in a while. But not tonight. No, I'll be gone soon. I actually got to go to bed soon.
Same here.
But no, light's a fun thing, man, to examine and experiment with and visualizing with your own two eyes.
Take it on the skin. You like light when it brights on you? When it's shining on you?
You know, if
feels good.
Yes, the sun is amazing, man. Love the sun. I don't worship it or anything, but I enjoy summer. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, it's warm out. It's beautiful.
I mean, it's not about worshiping the sun. It's just that this place is designed for us to kind of take the light. I mean, we have a skin, right? And
yep,
our bodies have been designed to take the shiny light.
Yep. Yeah, don't be afraid of the sun. Don't put on like 6 layers of freaking sunscreen, man. That's ridiculous. Don't do that. For many reasons, but yeah, enjoy the sun. Try not to get sunburn. That hurts, man. Fuck.
Oh yeah, don't overdo it.
The thing about getting a sunburn is you're going to get a fresh new layer. The thing about rubbing, nanoparticles on your skin.
I've heard this.
What are nanoparticles?
Yeah. It could be. If you do get sunburn, it does rejuvenate amazingly. The skin is amazing, man. How it heals and cuts and little bruises. I mean, it does heal
I would
up.
say if you use maybe some type of fat or coconut oil and you put it on the skin, the heat tolerance on the skin will be better because the oil will kind of take the heat and protect the skin. So you will get a burn, not a burn, you will get a tan, but you won't burn because of the oil or the fat that you put on the skin.
So growing up, man, they used to oil us up before we went out to the sun. You remember that, Larry?
I still do it to this day.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they did it back in the day. It was like, oh my God, oil up and get as much sun as you can. Go. And now it's not like that. Now it's like you got stay out of the sun. Don't get near the sun. Here's some sunblock. Here's some. some cream to pour on your skin and protect you from these.
The opposite of what you should be doing.
Exactly. Everything's opposite. So enjoy your time in the sun and peel a new layer if you have to. If you have to. Yeah. But yeah, put a little oil on. Not a bad idea. Any, natural oils is going to be good for your skin. Your skin is full of all kinds of oils.
Don't use soybean oil. That will turn you kind of weird.
Yeah, well, it's a modified. Yeah, stay natural. Avocado.
The fucking frog's gate.
What do you think of olive oil, man? I used it for years. I like cooking with it, but olives seem pretty like a nice little fruit, man. Right? Kind of like a grape. They look similar. So all they do with grapes, man, they smash them and turn them into wine for you to consume. I live in a winemaking region of the world, California. And there's over 1,000 wineries in California. And there's a lot of people smashing grapes and fermenting them and turning them into wine. And there's a lot of people smashing olives and turning it into olive oil. But there's lots of agriculture where I live, man. Just thousands of farms, people growing shit, man. I like that. Thank you guys for growing the food. I've enjoyed it. I hope it keeps up, man. I don't know. I've seen some shortages here and there, but growing food's good, and people that want to stop you from growing, I think that's bad. If you want to plant something in the ground, it's available, and produce a really nice fruit or vegetable, whatever. Good. And they do it really well here where I live. I've seen like hundreds and hundreds of miles of farms growing all kinds of shit. Walnuts, grapes, oranges, lemons. The list goes on and on. California grows a lot of food. I traveled most of this state I live in, and it's a food producing place, man. We got this place called San Joaquin Valley, man, and it's just, you got this huge mountain range feeding all this water to these farms, this beautiful fertile land. Unfortunately, there's might have been some weather situations that haven't produced as much rain as we would like and snow, but we're trying. They'll figure it out, but it's all corporate, at this point. Yeah, it's big time. And the big time boys, man, you guys know how those guys play. And so, yeah, things could go south quickly. Damn it. But today's a good day. Carpe diem, man. Enjoy today. Right?
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you can do.
I haven't proven this yet, but I heard that when you wear sunglasses, it actually makes you get a sunburn worse. Because your body, if you're not wearing them, your body realizes you're in the sun and does something to make it so you don't burn.
Interesting.
That's right.
I like that.
I'm going to test it out this summer if we ever get a sunny day in Washington.
I wouldn't test it out. The doctor said that's how you get skin cancer is if you wear sunglasses all the time. You never let your third eye realize that you're being inundated by sunlight. It's not going to make the melanin to protect you from the sun.
I've heard this. I've heard this theory. My eye doctors told me that, hey man, are you sensitive to light? I'm like, yeah, a little bit. She goes, you need to wear sunglasses, and she's asking me a question. You like wearing sunglasses? I'm like, yeah. I just like wearing them because it, for some reason, for my head, for my brain, it seems to equalize out that powerful light, man. Even indoors, fluorescent and shit. It's like I feel better when I have something filtering the light, but it's probably not, like I said, might not be good for you. I don't know.
But you
Think
look
about it
cool.
like this. If you live in a place like me where the weather changes drastically, and right now I got my winter coat, if I just go out with sunglasses on to the ocean for like 4 hours, I'm going to get a severe burn, right? But if I take off the sunglasses, then I'll
Right.
be making melanin while I'm getting burnt, and it won't be as bad.
There you go. Great science right there, man. Easy experimental science right there. Easy.
Makes sense.
Yep. Makes sense. How dare you make sense, Larry? Fuck. What a misinformation phenomenon you are.
Just repeating what the good doctor said.
Right. The good schooling doctor. The doctor that got schooled on how to prescribe things. No, I like orthopedic surgeons, man. If I bust my leg up, man, there's a chance they can kind of put me back together a little bit, you know. It's a long road to recovery if you do bust yourself up. I know that. Young or old. Yeah, be careful out there. Don't bust yourself to pieces. Don't do that.
And if you do, make sure they're big pieces. That way they can put stents and nails and screws and put you back together.
Yeah, make sure, they can put screws and plates and, screw shit together in your inside of your leg. Oh, that sounds really wonderful. Where do I sign up for that? Yeah, that doesn't sound good, man. No.
Well, the alternative is if you pulverize your bones, it's guaranteed amputation.
Yeah, these days probably. Yeah, well, maybe Civil War. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to say, but yeah, you don't want to break your bones. Is basically what I'm saying, man. And if you can avoid that, man, yeah, do that. Yeah, it's common sense. You know, it's cool to go surfing 50-foot waves. That's cool. I like that, man. I appreciate you guys doing that. So I don't have to. But there are guys that do it, man. You might get banged up doing something like that. Or jumping on your snowboard. I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of guys wreck doing athletic competitions. It happens. People get wrecked. So my advice is don't put yourself in that position to get wrecked like that. That's a bad idea, man. But I put myself in many situations. I'm just fortunate. I had a couple little breaks here and there, but nothing major. But I've seen the major ones, man. Not good. Mm-mm. Major wrecks are bad. Ouch. So back to light. Yeah, Hank came out with a whole new solar system idea this evening. It's pretty cool. And quite the story. Quite the story to go along with it. You could rewind the tape, man. Listen to it. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's quite scientific.
Shit made up.
It's quite
SMU, bro.
No, it was so scientific. That was what made it so good. It was backed up by many years of research and you know, peer review.
Shit made up.
We could submit the paper next semester, maybe. I don't know. It would be fun to submit the thesis. It's just completely dog shit, right?
Mm.
Just completely made up, man. 100%. Based off some, known theoretical physics or something, right? Just there's plenty of theoretical physics and quantum physics you could obscure some pretty good information to even fool the experts, that think they know all this shit, right? We could do it, man. I know this crew could do it for sure, man. Around here, nobody's more qualified to make some space bullshit than all you guys around here. Yeah, we could have fun with it, like this is a new theory that came from Stanford undergraduate.
Yep, I'm undergraduated, that's for sure.
And it's called the Larry quantum mega something.
Yeah, just put the word quantum in front of it and be fine.
Just make up some shit, man. It's the mega, quantum. I already said quantum. All right. You could just make up shit. You guys.
The Larry Mega Flux.
The mega flux, yeah. The flux capacitor. It's too close to the flux capacitor. That would make it funny, though. Yeah. The inverse flux square law. What? Let's say what? Inverse flux square. Have you guys studied that? Anybody? Come on now. You guys are flat earthers. If you guys don't know about the influx square law, then you're not hip. You know what I'm saying?
Man. That's hard work. Let's see. No.
Well, I hope those guys went to VC check-in and figured it out. I never heard back from the VC check-in that Jim 7771 and 77 Jim. Anyway, I hope it worked out. Nobody new came in here.
I think it's me. It was like a half hour ago or something.
It was you?
Yeah. I'm the new guy.
You're a new guy. So I just did some deep space observation, and looks like I found a deep space quasar or a phasar or a lasar or some sort of azar out there. And these things are shooting like a stream of energy, just that what looks like a lightning bolt. It's actually quintillions of miles, I mean light years long. It's like super, super big, right? It's so big that you can't even fathom it. And you can't even fathom it. You can't even fathom it. And that makes it even bigger. So,
Yeah. 26 trillion
so
miles, bro.
yeah, so this phasar, it's phasing energy out for no reason, just like shooting out into space. And, we use these, in the astronomical community as lighthouses so we can kind of navigate. We can see that, like, this phasar is over there and that quasar is over there. And now I know where I'm at, So that's how they, locate, deep space objects. And it's just,
In the
if you were to put, like a galaxy up to that flame, it would just roast it like a big fat Cheech and Chong blunt, like a fucking cone, man. It would just light it on fire.
far
The
out,
whole
man.
galaxy. No, this is some shit I just made up. But I'm not asking for $62 million a day. But,
Hey, $62 million a day. I got the quasar, which reflects the refraction of the distance multiplied and divided by the distance of the quasar's outer edge. Yeah, it can get ridiculous. If you can't measure it with your own two eyes or hands or feet or something, man, there's a problem.
if you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm just saying quantum. Lots and lots and lots of quantum.
Hey, I talked to a quantum physicist quite a bit. I got a few hours with one of those guys. Yeah, just imagine if you were in Hollywood and you were in outer space in Star Trek. It's just like that. Okay, it's just like that. That's what space is like in Hollywood.
Yeah, because it's fake in Hollywood.
And in your mind, it's in your mind.
So we got a new guy in here. Who's the new guy?
York.
Yo, it's me, Yoke Smasher.
York. Say that in German.
The Yoke Smasher.
Ja, Meister. Yeah.
I live in Seattle, but I'm in a long distance relationship with a girl from 400 light years away. She's by the Bing Bong black hole.
There you go. She's by the Bing Bong black hole. Dude, have
fun,
you seen
dude.
the pictures of the Bing Bong black hole?
I'm trying to go. Take me to your leader.
Bezos's rocket's gonna take me to visit her soon.
There we go.
Yeah. The other day, my buddy hit me up and he's like, "Why don't all you flat earthers each put in $50 until you have $4 million and then get on one of these Bezos rockets and take a picture of the Earth?" And I'm like, "How dumb are you, Doug?"
Well, that's a ridiculous.
And there was like three people on Instagram. 3 people on Instagram have said that shit to me over the last couple months as well, where I'm like, if I had $5 million, I wouldn't be able to even go to space. It doesn't exist. So
right.
There's like plenty of videos of high altitude cameras and they won't even look at it. It's annoying as hell.
Well, don't let it get to you, man.
Yeah.
takes a few people longer and just kind of like, just keep rolling. You'll be fine. Yeah.
Yoke Smasher, are you a flat earther?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Give me the 3 best reasons, the best proofs or evidences that makes you believe we're on a flat stationary plane.
Belief, first of all, man. I'm going to answer for it. Belief is the enemy of knowing shit. So.
Yeah. Well, I live on the water and I go to the beach like all the time, and I can see. So there's ferries that are like 7 miles away from me. Is the dock across the water, and I can just look with my telescope and see. I can see waves splashing against the bottom of the boat that are like 3 feet high.
Yeah, I've seen.
So yeah, looking across water, it's flat, and then the Earth is stationary. Like nobody could ever prove movement of the Earth.
Bingo.
Because Coriolis, that whole thing. If a sniper has to worry about it, then why doesn't an airplane or a hot air balloon?
Check.
And
That
then,
all I checked all that out. That checks out. Go,
and
Kara.
I found Flat Earth like 5 years ago or something, 2017, and then I read the Bible and like it's like, oh, there's a ceiling on the Earth. I'm like, these guys wrote this shit down 2,000 years ago.
Well, what bugged me was Werner von Braun's headstone.
Yeah,
that one kind of snapped me back a second.
yeah,
yeah.
It's
a firmament. God shared his handiwork or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like what? Okay, really?
Yeah, I'm Yoke Smasher on Instagram, and that's my quote at the top of my page. Is Psalms 19:1.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got to put it in our faces. That's all. And that's
Yeah.
good for them, man. Thank you.
And every government installation uses the Gleason map for their logo.
That was a weird, we've got the who, the do, the fucking CD Cox. Everybody's got the flat Earth map as their fucking logo. Are you kidding me? No. Really?
Yeah.
Come on. That many?
Yeah, it's not just one. Yeah.
Oh, that one hurt. Yeah, I remember that day. Shit. Yeah, so somebody give this guy a flat Earth roll, man, for fuck's sake. Larry.
Already did. Yeah, already did. Yeah, but if the Earth were ever be in front of one of these phasers, if it was stuck to taser and not on laser, and if it was just, set to stun, we'd all be dead, even if it was set to stun. Because this thing is like light years across.
Yeah.
26 trillion miles away, man. The closest light in the sky, besides the moon and the sun. 26 trillion miles away. Just one of those. The little light in that sky, you see the stars, and it's 26 trillion miles away. All right, man. Far out. Cool. How'd you figure that out? Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody got that? Anybody got that one? I'll be waiting. I'll be here 24/7, 365. 26 trillion miles, man. You got that figured out? We're here.
Yeah. So, I mean, they say the edge of space is like 60 miles up, right? 60 or 70.
62 miles to the, what they call it, not the Kármán line?
Yeah, the Kármán line. So, when you use like a space telescope, they're like lying pretty hardcore about what the distance those are looking at, right?
Right.
Very weird. I've been trying to get a spotting scope so I can see just like 20 miles because I live on the Sound. So there's plenty of islands and things to look across. And I want to do like a 20-mile shot.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out what telescope to get or what spotting scope, But I might just have to get the P900.
You could do it with your cell phone. If you have somebody 26 miles away with a mirror, big mirror, and they can have, right at sunset, maybe they can aim that light right at you.
That's a good idea.
Or you can do it at night and have somebody hold a light up at 26 miles. You can do it with your cell phone, man.
Yeah, you might not need that much of optics. Okay.
Hey, you don't need like a big zoom or anything. Just if you can see it. Yeah, you'll see it, by the way.
Yeah, right.
I'll make a prediction.
Look what I found. So, this is great. Because I just happened to find this.
Nice.
That's actual like space shit.
Yeah, it is like space shit. Yeah, for flat earthers.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can do it simple, man. I always thought a cell phone in a mirror was pretty cool, man. It's pretty cheap. Yeah.
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 True.
Yeah. And I've seen it done at like 20, close to 26 miles with a mirror and a cell phone. So it can be done. But that's fun, man. Go out and do it. Yeah, why not? You know?
Yeah.
You never know what phenomenon you'll see, man, depending on the day.
Yeah.
But my big question lately has been when I stand at the ocean and I watch the sun go down, the light only like comes straight across the water to my feet, to my eyes. And nobody else can see that, man. Nobody. I'm the only one who can see it. That's kind of weird, man. But that's
Yeah, it comes to each of us, huh?
It does come to each of us, and that's a cool hump to get over. I've kind of known that for a while, but
yeah,
and there's some arguments in going in that direction right lately, man. That's got me thinking, but we all have our own personal perception of reality, and that's just the way it is, man. There's no way of getting around that.
Yeah, that's really interesting to think about why you can't see the line go to your buddy 20 feet away. That's weird.
Right next to you. You can't see the line going to him. It's like a perception thing that all of us can experience pretty easily. Costs you nothing. Just stand there, and you don't have to have a camera or nothing, man. You don't have that. You can just see it, and you're like, "Damn, that's cool." Do you see what I'm seeing, bro? And he's like, the guy standing next to you is like, "No, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, but I'm seeing what I'm seeing." And yeah, there you go. So perception.
Yeah, they say this. Two people don't see the same rainbow and stuff like that. So I believe it. You know, just like weirdness.
We don't have the same eyes and processing systems to process everything that we are thinking and seeing.
Yeah.
I've stood on the most amazing hill, mountaintops and with my buddy and going, check out this view, bro. Yeah, cool, right? He's not seeing what I'm seeing, but we're both experiencing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, true.
And that's all we can ask for. We don't have to take it any deeper than that.
Yeah, you each get your own view and your own experience, but it's not exactly the same, but it is.
It's like super duper fucking simple. But, the simplest things, what do they say? Most obvious things, something like that.
But the best thing about flat Earth, it is very simple. Baby can understand it, and you have to know a billion equations and think about all this stuff that doesn't exist to understand the globe.
Right. Yeah, you got to have all kinds of equations and calculations to understand the globe, man. But in flat Earth reality, man, you just stand outside and go, "Hey, man, it looks flat, bro. What do you think?"
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's an up and a down. Woo.
It's, oh my God, there's an up and a down. Amazing.
Both of them exist.
You're a fucking genius, bro. But yeah, the simple things make you laugh. And when some of the humor around here I find is when somebody new comes in and goes, "Hey, I saw Star Trek. It's a globe, man. Come on."
Yeah.
That's funny, man. Like, oh shit.
That is. It's actually their excuse. When you first start the conversation with somebody, they'll go to airplane windows and Star Trek. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So, but good. I feel bad for him. It's like, dude, I'm here to help you, man. How can I help you see your own reality? But they want to step off into school and TV and movies. It's like, oh shit, dude. No. I'm talking reality, man. When you stand outside and look at shit like the stars, the moon, the sun, the sunset, the sunrise, the clouds, the airplanes, get outside, man. Check it out. Don't believe me, man. Don't believe me, because you'll just feel
The last one.
stationary,
Sorry.
flat, level plane. Carry on. Go, you guys. Go ahead, man. I gotta go anyway.
No, just real fast. The pulsar is what I was actually trying to make. So if you compare that picture at 2:25 or 25 after the hour to the 41 after the hour, that's what I was trying to do. So
yes, you came close. You came really close, dude. For what equipment you had on hand, not bad. Not bad, dude. I'm gonna give you like a B plus, man. For sure. I don't know. Maybe even I don't know. Let me look at your picture again. Hold on. What's up here? Oh yeah. No, that's an A minus for sure. That's so close, man. Look at that. At 12:03 after the hour and 12:35. Yeah, that's it. You nailed it. Good job, man.
Thanks.
Cost you only $65 million a day, man. Come on.
Sorry I cut you off.
65. Yeah. When we started this shit, it was like 52. Yeah. We're up to 65 a day. Ugh. Inflation. It's a bitch. Hey, I'm paying $6.50 a gallon out here, man. What are you paying there, Hank?
$4.50. Sometimes less. $4.30.
$4.50.
Yeah.
It's $2 cheaper.
We better make our own pipeline.
It's crazy because we got our own oil out here in Texas, and we're still paying for oil from overseas. But you know what? It only costs like $20 trillion of gas per hour to get it shipped over here. So thank God for Joe Biden, because he really knows what he's doing to save the environment. Because if we just use the oil from Texas, then we wouldn't have to fucking go Brandon.
Yeah, if they could have just waited a little longer before the cataclysm and let some more animals die, so we'd have some more fossil fuels. Too bad we're running out of all these animal bodies.
I bet Republicans made it rain comets. Fucking greenhouse gases. Cheers, flat earth dude.
Cheersy. Yeah, I'm going to hit the sack soon too, but thanks for letting me in the chat. I'll be on here all the time.
Yeah, welcome to the server. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
You sound like a lot like Napalm, Yorkshire Master.
Napalm?
Yeah, he's a reg like you.
Nice. The common voice.
Yep. You do sound like him.
We'll have a voice off one of these nights. What's his name again?
Napalm.
Napalm.
He's a hoss around here.
Cool. Very nice.
I'm excited to hear some people from the other side of the pond waking up. Top of the morning to you.
Hello, top of the morning.
Hello, Governor.
Who would have ever thought I could make deep space artwork out of light and glasses? Well, now that I know. The blue pulsar. When you just can't make shit up anymore. Now we got blue double-sided pulsars. Spewing bullshit out of both sides of our asses. NASA. Oops.
Little G.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, they got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelt. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Hello, hello. Anyone here?
Everyone's rude, and I don't know what to do. I'm just bad, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I couldn't understand a word of it. I don't know if it's your end or my end.
What's that noise out of you? What's that noise in the background? No.
Oh, it's my fan. It makes a noise. I'll turn it off.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So what's up? What are you doing?
I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. Currently trying to do the Cavendish experiment at the moment. It's coming on well.
Oh, you're actually performing a Cavendish experiment or Cavendish observation, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue with it being called an experiment. I mean, whether it's technically a scientific experiment or not, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. It seems semi-scientific, but then I can see there's also issues. So I wouldn't argue over whether it was an experiment or not. But yes, I am doing it. It's coming on quite well.
What's it hanging on? Like similar to the way Cavendish did it, like on some rods of some sort, or what?
Yeah, it's I've got a couple of concrete weights on a broomstick balanced on a guitar wire. Sounds all you know, but it's essentially the same, really. You know, it's
So is it doing what's predicted, or is it not? Or is it too early to tell?
sorry, I didn't catch you there. I had to just go away because I had to wash my hands. I've been doing some cleaning. They're filthy.
Is it going as expected? Are the results what you would have predicted, or is it?
Okay, I'm making no predictions. I don't think that the Cavendish experiment, as he performed it, was possible to detect forces of the magnitude of what he described. But I'm I'm just doing it to see what happens. I haven't actually. It's been hanging up for about a week, and its movement has reduced quite a lot. But it's very difficult to get the thing still. Well, I don't in fact expect to get it to stay still. Its movement is slowly decreasing. So I also need to get I've got a CCTV camera, but I've lost a wire for it, so I can't watch that at the moment. So I've just got to do that. So yeah, it's coming along. It's no rush. It's in my spare room, so I just have a little look at it and move bits around.
Well,
I mean, the amount of deflection which is expected is so small.
Yeah, well, I hope you learn something from it, or at least get something out of it. You know, one way or the other. I'd hate to see you waste your time and not get anything. You know, I'd like to see you at least get some sort of, information.
It's not a waste of time. I mean, I've learned how the experiment is supposed to work. You know, by actually trying to do it. You know, seeing all the difficulties, what sort of size wires needed. I've learned about torsion constants and things like this. So it's all good. There's a picture of it in the voice text there. It's boxed in to stop any drafts. Torch shines on the mirror, which reflects onto the whiteboard to show its movement. So it's in there. It's crude and cheap. But, I think all the necessary elements are in it.
Is breakfast ready?
Hello, say that again.
Okay.
Microphone check. Testing 1 2. Chicken 3 4.
Microphone check.
Klaus Schwab's in the house.
Z.
No. Get the out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't gotta fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Shot Helio up for later. Flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the metaverse, Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, there'd be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and pause from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder, she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, center sky it looks the same. Of my senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to become a globe, I do. I want to go back to the place my mind once was, before I knew the true shape of the earth, the terraformicity. Outside, it's fair weather. It's about 60-something degrees. Ventura, California. Cloudy with a chance of spray overhead in the morning. We enjoy coming out here at this time of night, looking up at the stars, gazing at the sky. It's the only time we can get peace and solace. A little bit of solidarity. My solidarity is a parody of charity. My solidarity is a parody of charity. I think I need to go get some therapy. Or maybe some Theraflu. I don't think I'll ever stop smoking weed, man. I probably smoke weed every single night. Sometimes I don't during the day, but every night, I just love squeezing a couple oranges and then taking the orange and shredding the outside of the orange on a cheese grater in the cup with my orange juice. I'll either mix a lemon in there or a grapefruit in there. Fire, so good. Put all the pulp in there. You don't even really need to eat a meal. You could just have like 6 oranges and a lemon. It would suffice. When I suffice, I'm twice as right. When I'm smoking spice, I'm twice as white. Looking like you just got beat down by a Mike Tyson fight. You looking like you just got beat down in a Mike Tyson fight. Flatter than a pancake, homie. My life is flatter than a pancake. My life is flatter than a pancake. I'm about to do a Dan Aykroyd handshake. And I'm gonna squeeze it till your hand breaks. And it's flat like the pavement. The pavement that's adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, needs a freaking container. Otherwise, it won't contain it. All right, you guys talked me into it.
Lots of things.
Yeah.
Sumo on the beat, what's up?
I do not care about your raps, I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare, yes, I hear the trash, take it out back, oh you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash, I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask, snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick, fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it, we got you spinning, and now you dizzy, you looking like Disney, seeing sixes, all these agendas, and all these false flags, how many times till it gets familiar, they've multiplied so many times, they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia, half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they be living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images. Yeah, thanking your highnesses. For paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt. Him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Was that you, Flatterday? Hello? Flatterday, are you there?
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids with the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says here's you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Here My Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustained. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured servants of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneeze. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advancing to murder tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie, haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these actors, affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flattened. Like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another Flatterday saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot of pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time, you know what time it is. Overdosing on the hosts and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster close to life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, and it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, and it don't make Pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, where you live is not pear shaped, but you know it is pear shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is a such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. To burst your bubble, I'm out.
Oh, Alice's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
It pisses me off. I'd rather get pissed off than get pissed on. And if you live in Australia, you're getting pissed at because the piss is coming at you from your feet up, but you're upside down, so it's from your head down. So you're pissed up. Episcoposcal. A freaking Episcoposcal. I freaking miss you, Roscoe. Eating at Episcoposco. We was eating at Pizza Chief the other night. I had to delete your cleats on site. So listen up, you kids all across the land. Take it from me. Take your shoes off and get grounded today. Parents just don't understand.
Flatterday, are you there?
Never looked away from Earth into the black void.
Because you can see the...
What up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what up, dog?
Hey, that first song that you played, not the one that you just recently played, was that you?
Which one?
Not the one you just played, but not this one, not the one before, but the one before that.
Oh, you're talking about Steve Grant?
Yeah, that's not you?
Nuh-uh. He's badass, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
You should do a theme with the mad scientist. You should play them like a change the pitch of your voice a little bit. And
Yeah.
sound like a mad scientist who's like a globalist.
Yeah.
And like you're cooking something up in the laboratory, like in the background you should have like a beat and then like the sound of like maybe water bubbling or something, and then like the mad scientist is like saying crazy stuff.
Dude, that's a good idea, dude.
Like speaking of harp and like all kinds of stuff, like he's trying to like cook something up.
It's a good idea.
Yep. And then you could have like somebody like this, I don't know, maybe the mad scientist throughout the whole song he's like, and you think you're watching the weather, but then or something like like the news media, how they're like droning on, and then he switches over to like like the stuff in pharmacy, like stuff that you take, your drugs you take, food that you eat, the chemicals in the food, and like everything.
Yeah.
Like he's like the one that is behind all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good idea, though.
Yeah, that would be something that would be a cool hit, man. Because I think you can
Yeah.
pull. And then he has like like a mad laugh,
Yeah.
like a real crazy, like crazy laugh, like
Yeah.
yeah. And you can take a little part from the Matrix, like Neo. You think it's like air that you're breathing now? Like you know what I mean? That'd be cool. You can pull it off, dude, because you have that like.
These dogs, man. You hear them barking? Sorry about that. Okay. No, that's a good idea, though, bro.
Flatter day out here, flat smacking the shit out of people. Damn, dropping bars sounding like Shia LaBeouf.
What's up, fresh grown flowers?
What's going on? Is that D-Mock? What is that?
Huh?
No, that's somebody else. I thought I recognized your voice from a different server. What's going on, buddy?
No, this is MI to the double G.
Am I to the double G-Y?
Yeah, that's me, dude.
Damn, we got Klaus Schwab in the house.
I know. I seen that on there.
Somebody doxed him.
Klaus Schwab. I don't think I've ever heard you speak, fresh grown, except for now.
I rarely do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm usually too lit up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Hey, Miggy.
What's up, man?
I got this song I wrote. It's called it's called Shoeless Joe Flatson. Do you think that's a good name?
Yeah. Hey, which reminds me, you can do another. You should write the stuff down, man. Like Mad Scientist one, and then you should do one of like a guy who's a boxer or UFC fighter. It's going up against this guy like he didn't know if he's gonna win. Kind of like a
Yeah.
David and Goliath kind of situation.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so in the one I just made, it's called like do you know about the Black Sox?
Mm-hmm.
How like in the turn of the century they were called the I think it was the 1908 Black Sox, but Shoeless Joe Jackson was on the team. So I just changed the name to Shoeless Joe Flatson, and then at the end it's gonna have somebody going like, "Say it ain't so, Joe," like a little kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Remember the movie? How that little kid on the courtroom steps says, "Say it ain't so, Joe." Did you ever see that movie?
That's a popular saying. No, I haven't seen the movie. I just know the saying.
It's from a movie called 8 Men Out.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That's weird. I just realized the title has like a double entendre in it, you know?
Yeah. It does.
Because imagine replacing the men for women in the name, right?
That's happening now, man.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Like 8 men out, 8 women out, you know, Jake? Like 8.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. You're slow today, Jackie. She's a little slow today.
She's a little slow.
Yeah. This isn't medical advice or legal information. You know what I mean? Yeah, each sold separately. Participating stores may vary.
We have participating locations.
Only at participating non-disclosed locations. In the dark down an alley. Batteries not included. Void where prohibited. Yeah.
Sound like it's talking about a disclaimer.
Yeah. Half of what I say is a disclaimer, bro. You know what I mean?
And I'm the other half of the disclaimer.
Yeah.
Idiots in the mirror may be closer than they appear.
Right. I like that one. That's a good one. I'm gonna add that one.
Slippery when wet.
Yeah, once this NFT marketplace gets rolling, man, I might have to hit you up about that. I was telling you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We're working with gonna be working with a company named Musely, which is like an NFT like music company. So
Yeah.
I work with some pretty cool people, man. But
Yeah.
you might be able to get like your stuff on an NFT and then get it sold that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, artists these days, they're actually going NFT. Most of them now that know about it. That way you can have your music on a blockchain. It can never be erased.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something that I could get with learning about this.
Mm-hmm.
How many songs do you have total, Latter Day, that you've made?
Like 20. I think like 20.
That's quite a bit.
There's a couple of them that I don't really like. I'm not really supposed to play on this channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though they're on YouTube, and my channel hasn't. You know what I mean? But they don't want it on this channel, so I don't play them. But those are some of the better songs. I think the ones that they don't want on here. Yeah. Like I got this song called "If It Wasn't For," and then the Kobe basketball player. If it goes, if it wasn't for that, then I would never get laid. And if it wasn't for that, then I would never get paid. And if it wasn't for that, you'd never be afraid. And he goes, I got Kobe, and you know this, so you better behave. That's so funny. Because I throw, the guy from Friday, Smokey,
Yeah.
where he goes, and you know this. So I cut that into the last line on the chorus. Watch, I'll send it to your personal thing, all right?
All right.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
주제를 거기 넣었지.
stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
What up?
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael Landon. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel. How they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organs trade. Child sex, slaves illegal, no knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates a bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Bases underground, pyramids in the US found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Oh, spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? I love that song.
I smoked pot once and it made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the Day, Stephen Covid, Hawking Band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special ed guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the sarod flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for Saturday, Stephen and the COVID Hawking Band. I'll shut the light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, you already know me. But to survive AI, gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a ball with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday Saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face, till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes, the astronauts make you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap suck like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debate. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mask talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on, cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you loving the piss, that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. Call the astronauts, have on the spaceship, ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing, by now I'm wow, when the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, panties falling on the ground when I'm on a debate, till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes, until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint, everything you were taught not's real is fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Saturday Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me, big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. Is a shoveling shit, well that's astronauts are smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm near a syringe. I'm a baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flat-A-Day Stephen COVID Hawking Band? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. Flat-A-Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flat-A-Day Saints show. Yes, it has.
So without further ado, Without further ado, I'm gonna end up murdering you.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Like what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Millions of people still believe the world is flat.
And it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Lynn, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left. And I went on the other side of the plane, it was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research, Greg.
It really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard: Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. In a world.
In a world.
World.
In a world.
You ready? I am batting 1,000. How many of these you right? No. Is a UFO. Okay, so it's a little kid. Objects. I didn't make that up. Somebody else did. Stands for unidentified flying. It's just an LK. When they very clearly mean little kid. I can't say that anymore. No, I'm not saying that at all. All right? And not because I ran away either. It's they think if they say it's just an LK. Once you identify, and then he picked up little kid. So that's my favorite. I love that. It's not just an LK. It sounds very technical jargon. So people think, woo, you're weird, you're crazy, cuckoo. They frequently will use the term more colloquially would be if you colloquially would be, and I said no, and I didn't make that up. Somebody else did. Then you, how many of you have seen an unidentified flying object, a UFO? Is a UFO, it stands for flying unidentified flying objects. How many of these you right? No. Tune here, it's Garfield from a month or two ago. Is his girlfriend Arlene there? And she says, "Where have you been? I was worried about you." And Garfield says, "You're weird, you're crazy, cuckoo. I was abducted by aliens." Her eyes pop open. She says, "Really?" And he says, "Now I'm worried about you." All right, so little kids are all over the place, and people find it easy to believe in these sorts of things. To illustrate this, how popular they are, I'm going to put up a bunch of photographs from various little kids, TV shows and little kid movies over the years featuring aliens.
No.
Pay careful attention and see how many of these little kids. You right? No.
Because I'll probably recognize a lot of them.
How many of these will you recognize? Okay, you ready?
Maybe. Yeah. No. Okay, get all of them.
Did anybody get all of them?
No.
Okay. Most of them? Usually when I'm giving this in a large crowd, I've got a small group today. I give it in front of a large crowd, I'll get 2 or 3 hands that go up, and I then will congratulate them. You are a sci-fi nerd. With a small group, it's likely to see some of those little kids are older than me. All right, so I had to go way back on some of those. But you did recognize many of them, right? Most of them? Yeah. Okay. Some of them were pretty easy, others were pretty hard. Before I get started, though, let's define some terms, because it's very important to get the terms right. One term is ET, that's short for extraterrestrial. And by the way, that is a precise term. That is a technical term, and it stands for extraterrestrial, but more colloquially would be called the space alien, or LGM. Anybody know what LGM stands for? Little green men. Oh. All right. Thanks, you know. Now, this is not a technical term. The term is flying saucer. Presumably, a flying saucer is a spaceship flown by LGM, all right? ETs fly around in space as flying saucers. Now, this next term is technical. It is a UFO. It stands for unidentified flying objects. Every hand should be up, all right? Why is that? Well, let's think about it. People think, they think when you say UFO, I mean flying saucer. What does it mean? It means unidentified flying object. So if you see an object in the sky, presumably flying, and you don't know what it is, then it's an unidentified flying object. How many of you have seen a UFO? Every hand goes up here, and every hand people watching should symbolically at least go up. There's nothing wrong with seeing a UFO. I've seen many in my time. However, there's another technical term here, and it is less known, very little known, but actually is a technical term, an IFO, and that simply means identified objects. Once you identify what it is, then you you've converted it from a UFO to an IFO, have you not? So when a person sees a UFO and they say it's a flying saucer, it's not a UFO anymore, is it? Can't be. If you've identified as a flying saucer, it's an IFO now. I think it's a MIFO, misidentified flying object, but you have identified it. Now, a couple of notes here. And I've been showing you pictures of flying saucers. That's my favorite. I love that. It's not piloted by an LGM. It's just an LK, a little kid, all right? And so, a couple of notes. First of all, UFO and flying saucer are not the same thing. I think somebody asked me this morning about, I was going to talk about UFOs, and somebody followed it up, and I said no, and then he picked up on it because people confuse the two. Many times people use the word UFO when they clearly mean flying saucer. For instance, there's a certain late-night radio talk show. I won't tell you the name of the show, but it is heard coast to coast. And if you ever, and so if you ever listen to the show and they get onto this subject, sometimes we'll hear the host. It took them a moment, didn't it? If you listen to the host talking to a guest or the guest speaking up or callers come in, they frequently will use the term UFO when they very clearly mean flying saucer. And I think the reason why they do that is because they think if they say, people think, woo, you're weird, you're crazy, cuckoo. But if you say UFO, it sounds very technical jargon. So many people, UFO and flying saucer are the same thing. No, they're not. If it's a flying saucer, you know it's a flying, or you think it's a flying saucer, it can't possibly be a UFO. And your primary goal, whenever you see a UFO, is to make it an IFO, convert it into that. And I've given this talk a number of times, and every time I do, I've given the talk, I would say to the people, I am batting 1,000. I have never walked away from a UFO. And not because I ran away either. It's because I've always identified what they were. I always converted my UFOs to an IFO, and I've been saying that for years. Because last Saturday night, I'm dead serious, I saw an object in the sky. I don't know what it was. It was in the sky, moving across the sky, and it baffled me. Still, I don't know what it is. If I could find somebody else who saw it, maybe I could know, but I have no idea what it was. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a flying saucer, but I don't know what it is. So I'm only batting like 99.9 now, I guess. I have been able to explain. That's just kind of sad. Maybe the Lord's putting me in my place. Okay, here you go. You can't be bragging to people you always convert them, because I can't convert them all now.
Be an R rating. That's definitive evidence that the MPA ratings board is morally adrift.
You're absolutely right. This is ground zero. It has to be ground zero of bad comedies.
This is the fewest amount of people I've ever seen in here at once.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here
is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
You know, I used to think the scientists, or astrologers, Globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had a tiny shred of evidence in it, and I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions, and that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions.
Right. I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, oh, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just yeah. But they'll still say it moves.
You gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, you know, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they concede. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but.
Yeah, wait a
but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
Depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement it takes, I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And then they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, "Why does stuff shrink at a distance?" Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, my car, a house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above I'm like 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airman, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I could see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given. Because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature. Just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure. Like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like, I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy, or family, or atheist, or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's...
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. so everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and like my uncle was a professional photographer, and when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. He was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff, and he was kind of like, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, I said, well, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then.
Hello?
Would you find out, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Alright. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So, like,
Yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like it was a piece of art that he made back then, in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, Joshua Newicki photograph of the Chicago skyline that was already in the circles of the photographers, but they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Global will say, "This CGI is fake." It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No,
Didn't get
no, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it like, never mind. And I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because it's family, and you don't want to, jerk family members all around to get a point across. I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when Red Flag is there. You will see a few French mirages. But besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings. And looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality, all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get a slightly enlarged, blurry image.
Yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no. I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the.
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the slope, the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating this journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
Oh,
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and then I just hop in here when I'm bored.
Howdy, y'all.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12, and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but.
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing, because like usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just like it's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a
Hey guys,
physicist
how you
could
doing?
handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to, well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
hey guys,
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slopes certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth is flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified, because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Sure.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? Ancient Cylinder.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Welcome to Science versus Scientism. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and joining me this evening is YouTuber Quantum Eraser. How you doing, John? Good to have you.
Doing fine, sir. Thanks for having me again.
Pleasure, as always. Do you want to jump straight into it? Should I share your screen immediately?
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and share.
Okay,
Tell me when it's up.
Yeah, you're up.
Yeah, I've been out of the net for a week or two, and I've been trying to catch up, just trying to catch up with what's been going on. And obviously, you already know what's going on because you've been there. And all I've been hearing is Cavendish gravity and this gas pressure thing again. I mean, I just did this presentation on your channel, like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks ago. And I thought it was pretty comprehensive. Apparently not, because the biggest thing I had with the gas pressure was people bringing up gas pressure gradients, right? I told you, I even explained it. Don't do that, globetards. Don't do that because you're not answering the question. And then I'm going through a video. Guess what I hear? First thing, gas pressure gradients. Unbelievable. You got mud in your eyes. Or is the cognitive dissonance mud? Is that a special kind? I don't know. We're going to go through it again here in a couple minutes. Maybe it'll take, I don't know. I don't think so. But let's go ahead and start off with gravity. And we're going to go with Cavendish and Newtonian gravity. Just briefly hit on Einsteinian. That's not the point because everyone's talking about Cavendish. Cavendish this and Cavendish that, right? So let's go ahead and read through this because I can end this Newtonian gravity buffoonery quick. You see, your pseudoscientific community, whoever or wherever they are, doesn't even follow Newtonian gravity. So why are you bringing it up? I mean, I can understand you parroting certain things, right? But you're parroting nonsense. Let's review this very slowly, okay? This is from George Musser, and it's from Scientific American, November 2015, right? Let's read through this slowly. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity. Okay? He's providing our modern understanding of gravity. Einstein, general relativity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Okay? Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two. Now, what did he snap? What is he speaking to here? Well, he's speaking about the magic wand he previously mentioned. And general relativity snapped the wand in two. That means he broke it by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force gives rise to gravitational attraction. Okay? This is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, I don't know what to do. Let's go through it step by step. So, what George is doing up here, right? He's creating a juxtaposition between Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity. It's a dichotomy. This is plainly seen by this citation. Newton's gravity, that's a force, acted as if by what? Magic, right? That's what he said. You see the magic right here. Okay? Einstein's gravity then snapped the wand in two. Well, which wand? Well, Newton's magic wand. He snapped that in two. That means he broke it. Number 4, what gives rise to gravity? Well, the curvature of space-time. He just set it up here, right? The curvature of space-time. What doesn't give rise to gravity? Well, Newton's invisible force, right? He just said, not an invisible force gives rise to gravitational attraction. Now, are there any questions? I don't know if I can break this down any further. So, Nathan, did I miss anything here? Should I add anything?
No, I don't think you can. It seems pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, let's move on from this one. So, some, and it's very few, but some catch on to this, right? That they're two different things, Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity. Some eventually realize that it's nonsensical buffoonery. And guess what they do? They then say Einstein's train wreck, that's general relativity, explains Newton's law, right? Okay. Listen closely. Actual, the real scientific theories never, ever, ever explain laws. Ever. They're two different things. Okay? Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity are mutually exclusive. Newtonian gravity is a force. Einsteinian gravity is not a force. Okay? You can go ahead and look it up. If you need a citation, just ask me and I'm going to go ahead and bring that up too. I'm not going to do it here for the 12,675th time. Number three, they're not even in the same geometry for crying out loud. Newtonian gravity is Euclidean free space, whereas Einsteinian gravity is pseudo-Riemannian force space. Number four, Newtonian gravity is instantaneous actions at a distance. Einsteinian gravity is limited to the speed of light. All right? I couldn't purposely get two things any different. Beach balls and Bunsen burners have more in common than Newton's and Einstein's fairy tale. Either of their fairy tale. We're dealing specifically with Newton here. All right? But Einstein's is equally a fairy tale. We may get to that detailed presentation at some point. Is there any questions right here about the mutual exclusivity of this?
No.
Nathan, anything that I missed?
No, one's not a force and one is a force.
And then you think you find one when you see this one.
Yes, that I could end it with either of these. I could stop right here and say, okay, I'm done. I could stop right here and say, okay, I'm done. And I could do it with number four. Okay, I'm done. I can prove it right there with that. I've given you all. Okay? So, here we go with this mass attracting mass. This is one thing that popped out. So, the alleged hypothesis, right? Larger masses attract smaller masses. Now, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here and give you the independent variable, which it's not. I'm going to do it anyway. So, the independent variable here with this alleged hypothesis is mass, right? The dependent variable is attraction between masses. Listen, this thing right here is not a scientific hypothesis. It's not viable. Or it's not a viable independent variable either here. Masses attracting masses is an effect, not a cause. Mass itself is a concept. It can't even be defined. I'm going to show you that here towards the end. If I forget about that, Nathan, go ahead and remind me about that one. We'll check this definition. It cannot be and does not cause anything. Mass doesn't cause anything. And you don't observe mass in nature, right? Unless you got Superman X-ray eyes. This right here is the actual hypothesis that these people are trying to put forward or postulate. They're just not saying it, right? If gravity exists, then larger masses will attract smaller masses, right? This right here is a fallacy. This isn't affirming the consequent, and it's a formal logical fallacy. They all take this form. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P. So let's put it in here, right? If gravity exists, P, larger masses attract smaller masses, Q. We observe larger masses attracting smaller masses, Q, therefore gravity, therefore P, right? It's just this cut and dry. The logical fallacy is that P doesn't necessarily follow from Q. For example, if I had just eaten a whole pizza, P, I would feel very full, Q. I feel very full, Q. Therefore, I have just eaten a whole pizza, therefore P. This is train wreck, right? A child can see this. Because I could have eaten a 20-ounce ribeye with fries or the old 96er or thousands of other things to get full. Right? Validate P. That is your gravity first. You need to validate this first if it's going to be in your hypothesis, right? It needs to be validated. You just can't dream up stuff. If unicorns exist, larger masses attract smaller. I can do the same thing. It's preposterous, people.
I spent like
So
30
validate
years,
P or gravity first.
you know,
Here's another. Somebody asked this one. I couldn't believe it. Give an example of a scientific hypothesis that doesn't affirm the consequent. Right? Wow, that was real tricky for me. I was slaving over trying to find one. Here it is. If vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity, then eliminating vitamin C intake will cause scurvy. You see this? This is not an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Why?
Yeah.
I didn't conjure vitamin C. Right? I didn't conjure P. It exists. It's my presumed cause. And I can vary and manipulate it. Right? Or test it in an experiment.
Yeah.
The whole point of a hypothesis.
You know, questions that are
By the way, vitamin C is
make
the
sure I get
presumed
censored
cause.
and make sure I
But
can
vitamin
communicate.
C isn't a presumption. Do you get it?
You're not even my brother. You're just some
Does this make sense to
poser,
people?
some cunt.
Let's spend a little time here. Vitamin C is the presumed cause, but it in itself, vitamin C isn't a presumption. I don't presume vitamin C. I mean, vitamin C exists, right?
It's just
I'm sure I got a bottle of that there somewhere, probably in the dustbin. Vitamin C exists, whereas gravity, it's not physical. For one, it doesn't exist, and people just conjured it, right? So it's an affirmative consequent formological fallacy given this hypothesis, and that's your hypothesis. All right? This is a pretty important one right here. If you can get this, it'll solve a lot of problems, maybe limit some confusion. By the way, the person who asked this, give an example of a scientific hypothesis that doesn't affirm the consequent, you'd fail 5th grade general science. Just letting you know.
Okay, so why is the concept of mass not viable as an independent variable?
Well, number one, Matt, you can't, if you're going to observe a phenomenon, right, you can't see mass. That's the biggest problem, right? I mean, you have to have X-ray eyes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know any other way to explain that. And mass, see, when you have mass attracting mass, that's not a hypothesis. See, that's an effect, right? You still need the cause for that. The people are skipping the entire question. They're just making a statement, right? So you need a cause. You need why. That's the whole reason why we're doing this. We're trying to answer the why question, right? The why is always answered by the cause. So it's I don't think I could break that down any further. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So another death knell, and we went over this one before, probably a few weeks ago. It might have been a couple months ago. So it's been stated on this channel, along with thousands of other channels. We're back to this mass attracting mass thing again. Okay. I already showed you why it's nonsense. It's an effect. You haven't answered any questions, right? You can put it in affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Let's have, one of their respected pseudoscience priests give his take, right? This is from Princeton. So, like I said, mass attracting mass is the cause of gravity. Everyone states that. So, Martin Rees, astronomer royal, esteemed British cosmologist. He's a homeboy for you, Nathan, an astrophysicist. Okay, what he has to say here, let's take a look at this. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. Why is Martin Rees still baffled? If you're going around saying that mass attracting mass causes gravity, I mean, Martin, somebody didn't give him the memo, right? According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. According to Professor Rees, and we're not even going to talk about Einstein today, but might as well, put him in here. Does space-time cause gravity? Nope. He must have missed that class. Professor Rees must have missed that class. Somebody ought to email him and tell him, get your act together here. We know mass attracting mass causes gravity. Stop what you're smoking, Professor Rees. Therefore, gravity is merely a conjured term that describes an effect. That's all it is, right? It's not a cause. I could call it Dunkel-Slopergerts. It still works. You're just conjuring gravity. Now, when anyone conjures or states gravity, they're immediately invoking a cause, whether they know it or not. It's either Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity. It's either door number 1 or door number 2. Either door you pick, I'm going to jacket yard, just to let you know. Okay? Oh, and here's it. Yeah, remember I told you that mass couldn't be defined? Check this out. It's from Edwin Taylor and Professor John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. Okay, what is mass? Let's see what they have to say. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, here's the punchline, that number would not equal mass. They can't even define it. So why can't you use mass as an independent variable? Well, you have to be able to at least define something for an independent variable. How about that? I'll just rest my case right there.
I'm good with ending it there, unless you've got something else you need to add.
No, that's it for the gravity. I think I covered everything.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Something new will come out tomorrow. Some kind of
definitely. It's let's move on to pressure.
All right, here we go again. This was, like I said, 2 days after I got introduced to flat Earth. I've been saying this ever since that day. I'm still saying it. I still get the same rebuttal every single time. And then what did I hear this week? Well, gas pressure gradients. Oh my God. So listen up again. I'm going to go through this relatively slowly. The question is, how do you have a gas pressure, that's atmospheric pressure, without a container to begin with, right? When the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's the definition of gas pressure, okay? To have gas pressure, it's gotta be contained in this definition with a container. Let's go through a few of these because this container, I know it's running rampant throughout this genre that people are just getting out. It doesn't need a container. Gas pressure doesn't need a container. What are you talking about? Okay. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Here we go again. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes, that's key word, pressure. What causes it? Well, the rapid motion and collision of molecules within the walls of the container causes pressure. Well, if I take one of these conditions out of here, right? Do I have gas pressure? No. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls of what? Well, the container, the higher the pressure. So, tech target. A gas is a sample of matter that conforms to the shape of a container in which it is held and acquires a uniform density inside the container. This is a really important point. Even in the presence of gravity, even if fairy tale gravity existed, either one, Newtonian or Einsteinian, even in that presence, and regardless of the amount of substance in the container, if not confined to a container, what's going to happen? Even with gravity present, gaseous matter, also known as vapor, will disperse into space. It's called increasing entropy. It's called the entropic force. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Okay? Gravity has no effect, even if it existed, would have no effect on it. None. Zero. From science.learn.org. The atoms and molecules in gases are much more spread out than in solids or liquids. We're going to talk about this here in a moment, right? They vibrate and move freely at high speeds. A gas will fill any container, but if the container is not sealed, the gas will escape. I mean, this is pretty cut and dry. From the University of North Carolina, gases behave differently from the other two commonly studied states of matter, solids and liquids. So, solids and liquids and gases are not the same. So we have different methods for treating and understanding how gases behave under certain conditions. Why? Well, because they're different. Gases, unlike, it's a big word right there, unlike, that means it's not like solids and liquids, right? Have neither fixed volume or shape. They are molded entirely by the container in which they're held. From NASA, the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with what? The walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. It's expanding. It's trying to increase entropy to the maximum. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. I don't know. This can't get any more simpler. I mean, incoherent third graders can reconcile this. So this is tutoring for children. Like I said before, if you go to this website here, it has a special needs section and one for ADHD. All right. So if you need that, go there. This is what they have to say about a gas. It has no shape or size of its own. It takes the shape of its container it occupies the space given to it. Now, I just gave you 7 citations, 17 sentences. 15 of those sentences had container in it. I don't know. Probably not important. They probably just put that in there as filler. So, what do I get? Right? From the Globetards. Gas pressure gradients, right? This is the first thing that comes out of their mouth. Right? It's like Pavlov's dog. Gas pressure gradient. Before you can fallaciously appeal to a gas pressure gradient, that is a consequence, you must first answer where you got gas pressure without a container to begin with. Right? Essentially, you must show a tire pressure that's gas pressure without the friggin' tire. Right? Let's try this one. Maybe this will help. Which comes first? Number 1, gas pressure, or number 2, gas pressure gradient? Which comes first, okay? I'm just going to leave that out there. Let it float out there. I don't know. Maybe we can bring up to the slobber nurses, right? Bring the slobber nurses in, and then we'll ask them this question. My word. I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and meet Ryan again, right? We met him a couple weeks ago. Let's meet Ryan. What's Ryan doing here, right? Ryan's creating gas pressure, air pressure in his tire so he can ride his bike. No. See, if you're a glovetard, you have to stop. If you see Ryan doing this, you have to stop him and ask him what his seven-year-old science denier is doing with the container, right? You have to rebuke him and tell him to get rid of that container because he doesn't need one to create gas pressure. That's how preposterous this is. This is the point that we're at right here, right? Next block of instruction, how to turn a doorknob with a light on. There's a special condition there. Any questions with this? Nathan, I can't break, I'm serious, I can't break this down any further.
Yeah, when you've got globe heads that are saying you get a certain PSI next to a vacuum, and you kind of scratch your head and think, so it's creating a pressure per inch on nothing. So the per inch bit you're just going to ignore in your measurement, right?
Yeah, pounds per square inch. Yeah, I don't know if it's preposterous. I think I gave many reasons why. It's just not going to happen. You need a container. Ryan knows this, right? Ryan's got this covered. So, I didn't conclude. I'm sorry. In conclusion, let me conclude this one up. For the 57,896th time, this is the question. Okay. How do you have gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, without a container to begin with? That's the question, right? This right here is not the friggin' answer, right? Number one, it's a question. It's a question mark. Answers don't have question marks. But what about gas pressure gradients? I don't care about that. That's not my question. This is a begging the question fallacy via a red herring. Right? That's all it is. Answer my question, please. Answer this question. You answer this question, I'll be more than happy. Like I said, I have the answer to gas pressure gradients within a container. I got the answer for it. I'll give it to you. I'll be more than happy to give it to you. I'll be happier than a duck on a June bug to share it with everyone. But you must first answer where you got gas pressure without a container to begin with. This is an easy question. Cut and dry. P.S. Do not define pressure. If they have you define pressure, don't do it. Have the spinning ball-tard space monkey religious zealots define gas pressure. Not pressure, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the topic. We're not talking about shark bite pressure here, right? Or crocodile bite pressure. We're talking about gas pressure. Conceptually, yes, pressure is the same thing, but there's some nuances to gas pressure. Let's get specific, okay? Sharks and crocodiles aren't gases. PS number 2, comparing water pressure to gas pressure is a false equivalence fallacy. Why? Even though liquids, that's water, and gases are arbitrarily classified as fluids, liquids are not gases, okay? Liquids are not gases. I know it's profound. Hopefully everyone got that. Water pressure still requires a container, right? If you have water pressure, you have to have a container. It does not have to be sealed, though, this container, because water is made of H2O molecules that have intermolecular bonds. They're called hydrogen bonds. That is, they don't move freely at high speeds, right? That's why the container doesn't have to be sealed. You still have a container. The ocean has a container, right? It has walls. It has a floor. It's still a container. It's just not sealed. Gases, however, need the container to be sealed because gases do not have intermolecular bonds. That is, they do move freely at high speeds, and they will escape. If the container is not sealed, you see, back to this again from sciencelearn.org. The atoms and molecules in gases are much more spread out than in solids or liquids. They vibrate and move freely at high speeds. A gas will fill any container, but if the container is not sealed, the gas will escape, and we'll finish it up with University of North Carolina. Gases behave differently from the other two commonly studied states of matter, solids and liquids. So we have different methods for treating and understanding how gases behave under certain conditions. Gases, unlike solids and liquids, there's that unlike again, right? They're not like, they're unlike, have neither fixed volume nor shape. They are molded entirely by the container in which they are held. Now, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to Mystic Meg predict this one. During the next 2 shows, or 3 or 4 shows, somebody's going to come in here and bring up gas pressure gradients. I already know it. They've been doing it for 3 years. Even after I tell them, I explain it. Doesn't help. Gas pressure gradients. I don't know what to do here. I don't. I don't know where to go from here, except to expose you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to expose you and then just move right along, because there's no sense in talking to you, right? All right.
Excellent.
That's all I got for today, Nathan, unless you want to bring something else up that I missed.
No, I'm absolutely happy with that. I mean, like you say, it comes up frequently, but we had the conversation just before we went live to say that, yeah, it's about repeating things. Unfortunately, there are people that have thick heads, and you have to say the same thing many times for them to get what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's true. And maybe we can use this, because these subjects are going to come up again. I don't know. Maybe we could keep this as some type of shorts, right? Like gravity short or Coriolis effect short or whatever, and just make small little presentations. And then when anyone brings this up, because it's a rinse and repeat type of thing, right?
Right.
Rinse and repeat. This is like, some of these arguments are so ridiculous. I mean, it's like, dude, that 2015 called, they want their argument back.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
I'm
But that's
still
it. I
getting...
mean, I think that's maybe why it's happening, because there are people that are coming that don't know these old arguments. So you do go through this cycle of more complex arguments, and then newbie arguments suddenly seem to come from people that you've debunked those newbie arguments with previously. They might have a new name, but ultimately they're just presenting the same old garbage arguments.
Yeah, and that's understandable with new people asking those questions, but that's not what I'm talking about. I recognize these names and these voices, right? That's been told countless times, and not just told. See, there's a difference between telling somebody something and showing and explaining and demonstrating and defining it to somebody, right? There's a big difference there.
Right.
And this has been shown, demonstrated, and defined ad nauseum. I mean, these are basic concepts. You don't need to be a rocket scientist here. Just launch pad security will get you through. It'll see you through. But like I said, maybe we need to talk about that probably a little bit more in depth. Just make but many short presentations that if any of these guys bring this up, why even get into the conversation with them? Just pull the link up.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I'm definitely up
Answer
for
to
that.
that.
I'd like to do, a few of the shorts debunking. Well, for a start, you've gone over Einsteinian gravity and said you'll deal with that train wreck at another time, but hopefully that'll be the next one, we shall see.
Yeah, that's a pretty long train wreck. I mean, and that has a lot of quantum mechanics in it. I mean, I don't need and I already did it. I don't need quantum mechanics to refute it. I just need an incoherent third grader. He can refute both special relativity and general relativity right on its face in less than a minute, right? But I know people like, more in-depth stuff. Other people don't like that. I mean, some people, you mentioned quantum mechanics, and they get that glazed look over their faces. I don't want to spend 15 minutes on some, no one's going to look at, right? Because I've done it many times before. It's on Cathexis's channel. I don't know if we went through the full one here on this channel yet. Did we?
I honestly can't remember. I sometimes get confused with what you've covered on Cathexis's channel and what you've covered here, but maybe. I don't think it matters either way. I'd happily do it again, even if it was on this channel.
Yeah, maybe we can do it. Now, they're not bringing up Einsteinian gravity. The biggest one, that's why I wanted to focus on Newtonian or Cavendish. They're the same. Newtonian and Cavendish, we're talking about the same thing. Even though Newtonian was 100 years prior. Cavendish just added on to Newtonian. Changed up the equation a little bit, right?
Right.
So when I say Cavendish, I mean Newtonian. If I say Newtonian, I'm really talking about Cavendish. That's what we're talking about here, to limit confusion.
Right. So can you just concisely, because I don't know if you actually said this, but can you actually concisely round out why we were talking specifically about gas pressure, just so it's self-contained within this show? Because there may not be people that realise the relevance to it, because we haven't actually outlined that.
Yeah, it was. I popped on the show. It was the early morning show, and I caught it late. And it was just brought up right out of the blue. I can't remember who even brought it up. All I heard, I listened for key words, right? All I heard was gas pressure gradients, and what I think they were talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody said that there's a different gas pressure. There's a different atmospheric pressure at the bottom of Mount Everest than at the top, right? Well, yeah. Okay. What's your point? Where'd you get gas pressure? And then somebody else said they were arguing with you. I don't know if it was with you personally or somebody else on the panel, but they said, well, if I have 5 pounds of hydrogen and I have 5 pounds of nitrogen, and I put them in a container, right? I started laughing. I'm sitting there, wait a second. You don't need a container. According to your the spinning ball religion, you don't need a container. That's what your whole point is, right? So they're contradicting themselves with every other breath. It's hard to catch it because, there's a lot of people talking, right? There's so many subjects being brought up. People miss it. And then when somebody wants to answer it, you got 5 other people answering. So it's just a big cluster screw. But that's where I got it from. That's what set me off earlier. I don't know. I could have been mistaken. You want to correct me if I'm wrong on that?
Well, no, but just to put it in a more concise way, what we're defining is the fact that in the heliocentric model, the spinning ball Earth religion, as you phrase it, you've got a pressurized system. We all observe gas pressure. We're breathing it in and out right now. But it's right next to a vacuum. So there's no lid, in essence.
That's why we asked, show us the non-physical container, which is moronic, right? Because a container is physical inherently. You can't have a non-physical container. You can't have a married bachelor, right?
Right.
So, brother, I don't know. I don't know how to break this down. Like I said, it's getting to the point where I don't even really want to discuss it or bring up the explanations to it. It's like I'm enabling it, right? To keep on saying over and over again. But you're right. Repetition is important. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know what you're saying. I get frustrated on the debate sometimes when people bring up the curve calculator and they're flat earthers. It's like, well, don't beg the question for them.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's almost it's almost automatic for everyone to go, because they've been doing, especially the old timers now, 3 years old timers. They always go to, because guess what they're doing? Well, they're taking photos or taking observations, and guess where they're going? They're going to the curve calculator. Why else would you go to a curve calculator if you didn't have an observation that you're going to compare it to? Well, would you just go to a curve calculator? I don't know what I'm doing today. Let me just go to a curve calculator. Let's see what it has to say.
Yeah, I often go to the curve calculator with my side elevation orthographic drawing of my house. That's what I go into the curve calculator with quite often.
Oh, is that why you go there?
Yeah, I go in with side elevation drawings of architecture. That's what I compare it to, because that's what it's for.
Yeah. I don't know. Has anyone figured out? You've been preaching it to them for a while, but when it states Earth curve calculator, that's begging the question right from Jump Street.
Yeah, we get asked what our value of R is. That's what we get asked. What's your value of R for a flat Earth? Yeah, we don't have one.
I can't believe it. I don't know, Nathan. Like I said, it's just to expose them. Hopefully there's some newbies out there that are coming into this and asking questions. And like I said, this isn't rocket science stuff right here. This is just launch pad security. For most, now there's some topics in here that can get pretty complicated and or a little convoluted, but I would say about 80%. It's just launch pad security. That's all it is. Right. And going on at length about launch pad security stuff, man. I'm sorry, I don't have the patience for it.
Well, I'm very grateful.
Why,
I'm not going to lie,
sorry
John. I am extremely grateful that you've done this, because it is stuff that, I get frustrated. I'm sure people heard it on the debate today when you're trying to break this stuff down, and it gets frustrating when you're saying stuff that makes perfect sense to you, but someone's denying it and then backing it by saying, well, if you've got, as you put it, gas in a container, and that's the whole point of what you're arguing about. It's like, you haven't got a container. Your spinning ball Earth fantasy doesn't have that. It's got a non-physical container. It's nonsense.
Yeah. And listen, we're all human. I mean, I'm human. Pretty good guy, I'd say. I got a pretty good sense of humor. But, it gets so frustrating explaining these elementary concepts, right? You could probably hear it in my voice. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I mean, I'm not hiding anything. And I get pissed. I really do. Explaining when I shouldn't have to explain these to adults. Now, I can understand the 3rd, 4th graders, right, that are asking questions like it. And they're asking, and you could tell if somebody's sincerely asking a question, right, to find out the answer. And like I said, I don't know. When I was in 3rd grade, I freaking knew you had to have a container for gas pressure, right? I don't know. I can't remember 2nd grade all that well. 3rd grade, I definitely knew it for absolute fact. Right,
and so should everybody who's watching this. You're right. It is elementary stuff, and everybody who's watching this should know at a fundamental level that you need a container, and if you don't have one, it disperses. But that's not what we have in the heliocentric model. We have a gas pressure next to a vacuum, a total lack of pressure. So we've got pounds per square inch on nothing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like having an air compressor without a container. Have you ever seen an air compressor or a can of compressed air? And I even have to say a can, right? You can't have compressed air without the can.
Yeah, it's like going into the shop and saying, can I have a bowl of compressed air, please?
No, yeah, right. Can I have, I want a containerless. You can't even formulate it. I want a containerless, you can't say it, containerless air pressure.
I'll have a bowl of gas, please. Can I have a bowl of compressed gas? Right, I think that's probably the right note to end it out. A bowl of compressed gas. So I'm going to say first and foremost a massive thank you to you, John, Quantum Eraser.
You're welcome, sir.
And of course, a massive thank you to all of the live audience for tuning in and hopefully sharing this debate. If you hated this discussion, then you know what to do. But if you liked it, maybe consider sharing it with a friend or subscribing if you have not done so already. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!